Mamma Mia. Maybe the mobile game? I actually got a notification this time. Oh, what's up, everybody? Let me switch to Jake Cam. I'm just getting things set up here. But we are live once again. We will be playing probably Monster Hunter 4 today, not Monster Hunter World. But maybe I'll switch to World later. I have some funny treats for you guys. You'll see. It's not as exciting as it is. Not Monster Hunter 6. We're not Hunter Blade 2? Maybe. I just gotta post on Twitter that I've gone live. And then we're good to go. How dare you bring that sacrilegious game up? This isn't Monster Hunter 6. Grr. Oh, well. I've done all my advertising, so now I'm gonna get the game booted up here, and then I'll show you guys the secrets that I have. It's not actually Monster Hunter 6, but it is pretty funny, the stuff I found. So I hope you guys are excited. Hold on, let me just... I said to move the mic closer to directed towards me. I hope you guys are excited for today. I've got a really fun lineup of just funny videos and discussion about Monster Hunter 6. And I would love to talk about Monster Hunter 6 today. Like, I want today to be the Monster Hunter 6 discussion stream. So with that in mind, feel free to give me your most insane Monster Hunter 6 ideas. I'm just going to say Monster Hunter 6 predictions live stream. And then how do I like pin this? No, pin. Oh, I'm logged into my other account. Hold on. I don't know how that even happens. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like a... Yeah, it'll be... maybe I'll do like a poll. Maybe I'll do a poll. That's what I'll do, a poll. But first... how do I... Yeah, let's pin the message. I need to get the game booted up. I don't even have the game running yet. And I think that's important. I'll not install the update. .3DS. Nope, 3DS isn't working. Game, video capture. I want game capture. Monster Hunter 4. Boom. Okay, well, I'll have to just double check the sizing on this. This is a new file I started. It's got 15 hours into it. So it's not a lot, but it's good to have a new save file, I feel. I always like to restart Monster Hunter 4. All the time. Other account, NSFW account, more like my Pikmin account. So, how is volume of game? Is the game at a good volume? Are we good? Are we Gucci? Hope we're Gucci. Pop out chat. It's just gonna be Rise, but with even more Hunter arts. Oh god, please no. That's not what I want. The start of older Monster Hunter is the best, honestly. Yeah, so true. My favorite one of my favorite aspects of Monster Hunter is everything up to the end game, and then I usually just stop playing and I just start a new save file. I don't usually play more than like 100 hours of a game at a time on a Monster Hunter game, as I usually just start over and do it all again. So I don't have one of those files of like 3,000 hours where I'm just going on the same hunt over and over again. I like the overall growth and experience that the game gives you. It's a very unique experience that no other game kind of gives you. So yeah, I need to make sure that this is on top. Will it stay on top? It's not going to stay on top. Okay, well, if that's the case, I'm just going to have my chat open on my phone. Yeah, I'll just have the chat open on my phone. I can't believe Jacob would leak the pregnant Nergigante mod for Monster Hunter 6 this early. No. Get out of here with that. Ah! Hold on. Now I'm... No, I'm not. Stay up. There we go. I need a second monitor. Can you guys super chat me so I can afford a second monitor? Don't actually. I get enough money through Patreon. I'm good. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I mean, if you want to, that'd be nice, but I'll never demand money. Okay, where are we at? Hi. Gormagala! I guess we're at Gormagala. I usually play till I get my final armor set and max level for weapons to beat the final boss and call it. Too many BS hard quests to be completionist. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if you're playing online, then you can complete them all someone else, but I love playing endgame online too much to start over. Monster Hunter is actually where I discovered online. I was like, I can play with people over the internet, like a phone call? It's true. Enigmas, Gormagalas. Tipping the scales. What am I gonna eat? Yeah, let's do this. I don't know. I don't even care. Guildmarm. I like the part where she calls me Doodle and comments on my huge eyebrows. Doodle. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge Guildmarm fan. I just think she's, like, okay. I just don't really care. Anything else I should bring, or do you think I'm gonna be fine with just this stuff? Like, it's just Gormagala. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I once soloed a G-rank guild plus Silver Wrath and for you. Never again. Give that thing a wallop from all of us in the Arlock. We're behind you all the way, sir. Way, way behind you, where it's safe. Don't die. Come back alive. Go get him, Hunter. You're the one to get it done. Nice. Alright. I haven't played for you in a bit, so I wouldn't say I'm rusty, but I've been playing lots of World, so I might do things a little bit weird. So after this quest, though, I will show off those videos that the Monster Hunter 6 leak gameplay footage. Not actually Monster Hunter 6 leak gameplay footage, but actually Monster Hunter 6 leak gameplay footage. I'm just pranking y'all. Opinions on Subnautica? I think it's cool. It's a cool game. I like a lot of elements of it. Not surprised Monster didn't do AI Hunt sooner. Frontier doesn't count. God Eater did it since their first game, so I'm a little surprised. I think that a huge reason why was their development team in general was quite small for like the longest time. And if you look at the content that was being produced for Monster Hunter, you'll see that it was pretty cheap to make overall from game to game. They're reusing assets, especially in the 4th gen. And so I think that only now as like I feel like they were just like, especially since they're releasing 1 game per year, it was probably just a rush job, and they were focused on whatever the one new gimmick was per game and just getting the content itself out. Like, there's a lot of like weird little quality of life things that like I was watching someone play Monster Hunter 3. Here's an example. I was watching someone play Monster Hunter 3. And in that game, if you accept a quest, you're not allowed to go and eat your food. You have to eat your food before you accept the quest, which is strange. And it's probably because of some kind of like bug or something that they had in the game, but instead of actually fixing it, they're just like, we'll just make the player not do it. Not be able to do it. They have to, cancel their quest, and then, like, well, yeah, you know what I mean. Go back to talk to the guild lady, cancel the quest, go to the thing, sit down, eat, get back up, go back to the quest, get it again, and then depart on the quest. I think it was just easier not to worry about it. I think that a lot of Monster Hunter's game philosophy was probably that. Not the game philosophy, the development team philosophy was probably like, okay, as long as the actual hunting is fun, that's all that matters. I want my favorite monster, Narcarcos, back for the next game. Oh, that's not happening, my friend. What do I think about Wild Hearts? I'm not playing it. No Monster Hunter DOS stream? I'm gonna wait until the full patch is done and the control patch is done, and then I am gonna try and play it. But I also want to play online too. I am going to be pretty rough at this hunt, and I might not be able to get to some of the messages. World introduced the whole eating for buffs. It was pretty awesome. Eating for buffs during quest. No, I mean like, if you go up to the guild lady and you accept a quest, you cannot eat until you, like go to the lady again and it's so weird because you could do that in like most of the other games, and it seems like a pretty easy thing to implement. Like you could still sit at the table. You can still sit at the table and do gestures. You just can't eat any food. But it's like, why? You've accepted the quest, like what difference does it make? And it must be that there was just some kind of like bug or something, or they had like a reason in the programming, and instead of fixing it for that little bit of quality of life, they just didn't bother to. And they just they're like, no, the player has to go and cancel the quest before they can go eat. Oh jeez. I think World was a little bit easier to stream because of how easy it is. I feel like here I need to really put my all into this. So I might miss some messages. Sorry. You can eat for buffs during Quest and Wild Heart. I don't know what makes World so special. Well, Wild Hearts probably borrows... It literally borrows a lot from Monster Hunter, doesn't it? I sure as hell better hope that Wild Hearts has, like, Monster Hunter quality of life things. Like, come on. If you're gonna make a Monster Hunter clone, you better at least make it decent. Can you talk to other characters? I think you can still, like, talk to people, you just can't order food at the table. And it's weird. At least in Freedom Unite, the kitchen was in an offline room, so you had to exit hall, which meant no quest. Yeah. Yeah, it was even worse in Freedom Unite. You had to completely exit the room, go to a different room. Oh, we have 30 people watching? Damn! Okay, well, I got some good videos to show y'all. As soon as I beat Gormagala, I got some funny Monster Hunter videos I found, and I don't know if everyone has seen these, or maybe they have, and, like, They could have been passed around on Twitter while I was, like, absent, because I've been kind of absent on Twitter. So I've been, like, out of, like, whatever the community, what the fandom is, like, whatever the discussion points are, I have not been a part of it at all. Why is my chat? Maybe it's because I have it paused. Hold on. Where's the chat? There we go. What do you mean live chat was moved? Weird. Okay. I was standing still and Gormagala just didn't even hit me. Frontier had the dumbest food system. It did? I felt it was similar to... It was weird. It was like, it was trying to be Monster Hunter 2's food system, but it just wasn't. This concept art for Monster Hunter Freedom at Guild Hall showed so much food that you can even drink. And you can even drink, but no food. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. Oh, he sniped me with that tail. Yeah, damn, the camera controls in this game compared to World are very stiff. This map looks incredible. I love the fall colors. Yeah, me too. I'm really hoping the next game has like a autumn colored map. I think it's long overdue. I was hoping that the Sunbreak Citadel map would be like sort of fall inspired, but it ended up being more of a like a pine forest, which is fine. I think a pine forest is also something we need more of. Dude, Gormagala is a piece of cake. The food system in every game except DOS was stupid dumb, to be honest. It's just free ancient potions, and it's even stupider when you get these things like Heroics or Gust for free. Let's just never compare Wild Hearts to Monster Hunter, because if you want to play something from that style, you should play Monster... Literally. Thank you for the $10 donation, by the way. That's means a lot. What? He's already dead? What's happening? What's my opinion on the mounting mechanics? Dude, have I even touched my potions? I was like, well, is he gonna be hard? Dude, remember when Ratatoskr was all like, yeah, Gormagala really screwed me up. I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, Gormagala is not that hard. And I haven't been like cheating or anything. Like I've been playing the game pretty normally. I only have like 15 hours into it. It's probably because I'm using Charge Blade. It's Charge Blade, isn't it? It's because SAED is like overpowered as fuck. I'm using the gold Rathian Charge Blade on low rank. I'm not using a gold Rathian Charge Blade. Rata spreads himself on too many games. No, Rata is good at Monster Hunter. Like he is good at Monster Hunter. Okay, like let's compare. Okay, for example, I have not beaten like World Fatalis. Like I just haven't. There we go. Done. How do I... What's the button to skip? I think I have to click it. There we go. But he has. So I feel like that is a good... Wow, that is a bad... Do you see that on his shoulder? I think I've talked about this before on stream. But like that is a really bad polygon there. Why is... Do you see that? Why is it like... Why is there a hole in his shoulder? Whatever. Oh, never mind, I'm dumb. It's normal Rathian still. It's charged by anyway, so it's basically the same thing. Exactly. I like the GU mounting best, but overall I kind of prefer it on monsters were unmountable, and 3U made me feel more of a threat. Yeah, I think that, I like... Mounting, I think, could be done well, but I think that the the build up for it, the threshold needs to be more like GU, because even in World, like I found, I'm mounting like every single time I do an aerial attack. First hit. Immediately. He was hard for the first couple of fights, but pretty easy afterwards. He didn't even look up any of the glaive upgrades and went for speed. Okay, right, okay. Alright, so it's probably going to give me a cutscene, but after I, like, talk to everyone in the village, I'm going to show off those videos I found. Because we have got 36 people watching. Guys, I found actual Monster Hunter 6 secret footage. Not actually. I've been trying to, like, find, like, really obscure, Monster Hunter, fan content and animations. And if I can find more, that'd be cool. Because I know in Japan, they have their own whole community of Monster Hunter fans. And they produce their own content. And it's sometimes difficult to find it because they caption all their things with Japanese characters. So you can't exactly just look it up. He was also using daring armor. Oh, okay. Did you ever go back to Monster 1 and play that online? Just like, it's like MH old school. I like Monster Hunter G for the Wii. That's the Monster Hunter 1 experience I prefer, is Monster Hunter G for the Wii. If there was a patch, I think there is. I think there's a portable control style patch for Monster Hunter G. I'd play that. I would do that. I would do Monster Hunter G if I could use the portable controls. Is it the PS1 looking Gasmagorn fight? Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Then maybe I think you already all know what this is. I'm not reading any of this. Slapping a hearth, here we come. Oh, are we going? Okay, we got another cutscene. No, we don't. We're good. Right? Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. I think I have to, like, manually go there? No? Do I have to talk to someone? Or do I have to... What do I have to do? Do I have to go to Hearth? I probably have to go to Hearth. Yeah, that's probably what I have to do. The video's been making rounds. Okay. Okay. Then good. Have you seen, like, what the other videos the guys made, though? You see, the Gasmagorn one, that's cool. The other stuff that he was doing is just, like, I have no idea about it. Must Nintendo made games like this. Everyone roasts him for not knowing it's not a real game. It's pretty funny. He made a Pokemon one. I have no idea what video that is. Okay, well then I'll show off. Okay, so there's this video, right? Which I saw this one after the Gasmagorn video, and I was like, what is happening? Some people are super talented. You know, I did the whole thing with the Panther Dragon, where I was like, I tried to make those fake screenshots to make it seem like the Panther Dragon was real. Monoblos, my beloved. Okay, my prediction: Monster Hunter 6. There's two possible potential. Yuya Tokuda, gonna be director again with Kaname as art director. The game is gonna be Monster World 2 and the best game ever. Yes, perfect. And the second option is Ichinose happens and everyone will become Wild Hearts fans. Ooh. Monster Hunter DS port be like. Damn, I'd love to play something like this. Dude, can you imagine? So these are supposed to be like Monster Hunter, I think they're meant to be rare species. So this is like a Barioth rare species. I like Ignactor here. Oh jeez, my phone keeps falling. So old school but frontierized. Yeah. You have seen these. Good. Okay, I'm glad that people have seen these. I was worried that I was like the only person on the planet who's seen these, but I'm glad that they've made the rounds. I am worried that Monster Hunter 6 is gonna have stuff like this, though. That it's gonna have, like a bunch of, like, weird subspecies and rare species that are just gonna be silly. You haven't seen these. What? Okay, I got some more then. Because this guy has a whole channel. Probably the best one here is his monster is like weapon idea. It's called the Break Axe. Another $10 donation. Oh my god, thank you. A lot of people say 5th gen is way easier than older titles, and yeah, that's true. However, World Free Tales and Risen Valstrax are hands down the hardest fights in the series. I know the game's audio is still playing. It doesn't really matter. Imagine if this was a real weapon, though. Another axe? What do you mean by silly? Do you consider anything from Rise silly, for example? I think everything from Rise is silly. Magna Mallow is like the definition of silly. This is so stupid, I love it. This person puts so much effort into these animations. Oh, this is Monster Hunter 6. Someone's like, I just got here. What is this? This is Monster Hunter 6. I'm so confused. A vibrator axe, yeah. Yeah, it can just do all the things. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, this guy's got a bunch of content, and some of it's funny. Here's his Zinogre rare species idea, and I'm surprised we don't have a Zinogre rare species, but it would totally be this shit. It'd look like this. It'd be stupid as hell, and he would be called like the Solar Zinogre or something. Like, it's funny how accurate this is to, like, the game philosophy of, like, Rise or Frontier, because they would do this! Capcom refusing to add any Bionicle Rahi to Monster Hunter? So true. Where's the Tarakava and the Nui Rama? The damage on that thing is insane. Yeah, that's we would assume it's probably like G rank, right? Like that would be a G rank weapon. So there's the Pokemon one, which I'm sure you've all seen. The Pokemon one is fantastic. This is actually like, I think the video is just well done. Like it's I really like the look of the Charizard Brute Wyvern. He looks really fun. At least older Frontier stuff keeps the classic vibe. Absolutely. I like old Frontier. Like, the first, like, couple updates of Frontier is some of my favorite, like, of 2nd gen. Like, unironically, like, our OG Frontier is my favorite 2nd gen content in Monster Hunter. But the moment it started getting, like, Frontier became its own thing and not, like, a 2nd gen port, is when I stopped being, like, a fan of what Frontier was doing. Oh, look! It's a Bolrock! Capcom Precision Engineering Nui Rama to be Vespoid reskins so I can eat my words. I would love if they added in, like, more, like, bug wasp monsters that were like Vespoids, but maybe they were bigger. Kind of like a Vespoid Queen, but, like, it was an actual hunt, and not whatever the Vespoid Queen was, because that really was a weird hunt. Dude, check out this! No way! Monster Hunter Bionicle! Whoa, sick! So what Pokemon is this supposed to be? I'm not like I like Pokemon, but I'm not really familiar with the entirety of the Pokemon, so I don't know what this is supposed to be. It's cool. Rhyhorn? Rhyperior? Basically, I think monster players who love Frontier was more like they loved DOS. Frontier was good because its base was good. They made Rhyperior look good. Right on Rhyhorn just got a new stupid Evo in Gen 4. Oh, okay. Think about it. Volvidon would be great Bow-Rock because the tongue would be shooting... People are into this Bow-Rock idea. I think like a little like rolling bug monster would be great. Like a bigger Khonshu. Anyway, I love this guy's channel and his content. This is the Gasmagorm video. Which I was recommended this video. I was like, what is this? But I think that even more impressive is the Sappy Jiva one. The Sappy Jiva one is probably my favorite. Like, what's the channel? The channel is just called Giga Nox. Like, Giga, G-I-G-A, and then space, Nox. Like, this guy did a great job on this. This is a cute little animation. Will I ever make a similar video to my Monster Hunter 2 one? I want to, but like I'll be honest, there's a lot there's a lot of stuff that is preventing me from doing it. A big thing is just in general okay. Let me just switch back to the game real quick. And I'll basically explain it. I don't really like making content where it's just like a video essay about opinions. And I think that it is, to me, it's extremely trivial content. And morally, I just feel like it's just bad for the community and for the internet. And I get that there's like a lot of people that want to see more content like that, and they like listening to long-form video essays that are just opinions. But the more I watch other people's videos, I'm like, I don't think this content is even healthy or good. I think that we should be creating like more art that's a bit more not constructive, but transformative. The thing that video essays are not transformative enough, and it's basically just someone's like angry review of a game, and a lot of the time it just doesn't give us anything. It doesn't matter what I say about these games, because ultimately it has no influence on what Capcom's gonna do. It's just the truth. Because we already know what sold the best, which is Monster Hunter World. We already know what the people want, which is Monster Hunter World again. That's what Capcom's gonna deliver, and that's just what they're gonna do. So, I don't see a point. And I can go on and on about what I want to see in Monster Hunter, but that's not what the devs want to see in Monster Hunter, so it doesn't matter. It's a waste of time. So, I want to make stuff that's more transformative. I want to make videos that talk about Monster Hunter in a very transformative way, or I create art that is more transformative with Monster Hunter, such as the Lego things I'm doing, so that I'm able to give people something that's a little bit more... There's a little bit more you can chew on than just, wow, the old games were cool that they did this, or this game is doing something, or Rise bad, because it's a waste of time. Like, it's just, I don't agree with it. It doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make me feel good. So I don't want to bother with it. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. Hope Giganox returns. Yep, me too. Better than Kazu. Are you doing Monster Hunter 4 multiplayer? No, I gotta get through low rank first. I mean, offline. How do y'all remember how terrible Reddit was the week after Safi released? The amount of I told you so energy almost ripped subreddit apart. The video opened my eyes to a few things, helped me appreciate the older titles more, and made me understand why I prefer some older games over the new ones. I care about what you're going to say about this series. I get it. I get it. I think regardless of it mattering or not, analysis like that is still art and eye-opening. You never know, maybe those ideas will push someone to create a game differently down the line. The funniest moment for me was when you said Monster Hunter started Survival Hunting Simulator, and I was like, because I started trying later, but I liked how you supported the idea. Yeah. It is what it is. Giganox is in 4U. I just had to deal with the freak in Portable Third. It is not in 4U. Kezu is in 4U. So living in those small golden fish. Can I buy a Power Charm yet? Oh, I can buy the Pack Rat Guide. Do I have... I don't have this yet either. Celtis Queen. Bird Wyverns. Flying Wyverns. Congalala. Flying Wyverns. Oh, Fanged Wyverns. There we go. Let's just ask to eradicate Aya Prey. Learning experience. Okay, okay, okay. Put it this way. We're not sure if I should replay for you. Only if you plan on playing it. I mean, I would... If you can, if you're able to get a copy of it and you're able to dump it onto a PC and play it with Citra, that's a much better experience. I can play with a controller, and it's way better that way. Yeah. Kezu is also popular in Japan. Yeah, it's way more popular in Japan, so... Energy Crisis. Bring a pickaxe. I have over 30 hours in 3 years and just got into high rank. I'm not good at this game. Yeah, it'll take you a bit. It's taking, you know, you gotta take your time, and you gotta go into Monster Hunter knowing it's gonna take a long time. Volcano. Well, caverns are crawling with monsters. Gravios! Hell yeah. I love Gravios. If I could hunt a Celtis Queen, I could at least get like a water weapon, because right now I don't have a water weapon, but I can use ice. Is Gravios weak to ice? I am Stabios that Gravios. I was not reading like any of that. Pick your poison. Energy Crisis. Iodrome. Should I hunt another Gormagala just to like get... Yeah, maybe I should. Just to get the drops. It was an easy hunt. Like, I can do it again. What would you want in a captain? A Pikmin captain? I just like Olimar. Like, I'll be honest, like, Olimar, if maybe he was a bit cooler, I could see, like... I want to see Olimar break. Like, I want to see him at his, like, in his most raw emotional state. I want to see Olimar crying and begging God. Power Charm, Armor Charm, and new games. I guess I'll take it. Older games. Wow, 10-hole raw? Crazy. I got stuck at Pink Rathian, dropped the game for a year, then came back and demolished the game. Don't give up, Buckaroo. Jacob, I'm curious if there was one frontier monster you'd want to choose to exist. Abio Rogu. Abio Rogu is fantastic. I'd probably... Yeah, Abio Rogu is probably my choice. Before, it would have been Spines. Spines is just great. But Spines is now in mainline, which is awesome, and I hope that Spines returns in all future games, because I think Spines is, like... is a bet in a lot of ways. It's sort of like a better Gravios, and a bet like it's just like all of the first gen Wyverns rolled into one. Spines kind of just like does it all, so you don't really need some of the other monsters. You just need Spines. So that's why I want weak to water. Yeah, it's weak to water. I don't know how to emulate older consoles. Didn't test 3DS out. 3DS is pretty easy. I found 3DS emulation to be pretty easy. You just gotta dump your games. Toa, Tetsu, Korra, or Lavient? I don't know about Lavient, but I think, like, because if we're gonna have a giant snake monster, I feel Dalmadur is just the better option. I think that they probably learned a lot from the Laviente fight, and they implemented that into Dalmadur. Ultimately, they're very different experiences. I'm not trying to compare them, but I would prefer if they were to put the time into it, Dalmadur. I think it's more engaging and. But I understand the Laviente fight fans, and I will never take that away from you guys, because I understand why you guys like it. Water element destroys gravy. So I asked this earlier, but as a fan since 3, I'm pinning for old school Monster Hunter, and I don't have the means for emulation. What do you think the likelihood is the Freedom Unite for you could one day be ported? Don't hold your breath. I'll just say that. I'll be honest, I think that because the fact that there has been, like... Here's the history of ports in Monster Hunter. They ported Monster Hunter G to the Wii as a means to tide people over while they wait for Monster Hunter Tri, and to get people used to the Wii, and to potentially get people to buy the Wii. Because they knew that the game was... because Tri was coming to the Wii, and so they wanted to get people, you know, okay with that. And they probably also did it just to test out the servers for the Wii. That's probably a big reason why they even did it to begin with. The other port that they did is they ported, what was it? Freedom Unite to iOS, way back in the day. And I don't think it's even still available. And I think it was kind of just like a... When was that? That was before Monster Hunter 4, I think? And maybe that was just a test if they could do it? I'm not sure. I don't know why they ported Freedom Unite to iOS. They also ported, you know, Double Cross to Switch, but I don't know if that really counts. And then they also did Stories 1 to iOS. But I think that was just to help advertise, or maybe it was another test. I don't see them porting a big mainline game, Monster Hunter, anytime soon, because I think that it would be safer for them just to focus all their work on the next big title, and to focus their advertising on the next big title. It would make no sense for them right now to advertise, like, you know, something like Freedom Unite, and port it to, like, say, like, Switch or PC, when they would much rather have people playing the new game, and buying, you know, Rise than Sunbreak. Like, if you notice, they release, this is a business strategy, they release Rise on its own to Xbox and PlayStation. Then they release Sunbreak as a separate expansion, instead of just giving you the whole game at launch. And they can say, oh yeah, we did it to test out the servers or whatnot. But if you... I mean, be real, you know? Be real. We know that the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to bank as much money out of people as possible. They give us the Defender gear, or the Guardian gear, or whatever it's called, that, you know, takes you through low rank and high rank really fast, because they want the players to buy the DLC. It's all a money-making thing. And they would much rather have players purchase and pay for the DLC for the new game, rather than buy the old game, or play the old game. If they need, like, another 3 years to do Monster Hunter 6, which I highly doubt, because I think Monster Hunter 6 is coming out in 2024, then maybe they might port an older title, just to, like, pass the time. But I don't know. I almost sooner see them try to, like, port World to Switch through, like, cloud service. Like, I see that happening sooner than Monster Hunter 4 being ported. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of a lot of comments. Did the Wii port have updated controls? Yes, the Wii port of G I really like because of the updated controls. But there's also some like weird little things that they added. There's like some quality of life changes they also added. Like you can send items to your item box, and you get 3 pages of items. So it's cool. I like it, but not everyone is super into the changes they did for Monster G on the Wii. I like it, though. I prefer it. I think those quality of life changes were needed. And it doesn't change the experience too much. It's still Monster Hunter G. It's still brutal as hell. Oh, there's a whole bunch. Need a Berserk-styled Monster Hunter anime, you need the dark side of Monster Hunter to return. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I made a whole video on that. The aesthetic of Monster Hunter is complex. And it's not that it, like, I would say it's not, like, meant to be dark or edgy, but it is definitely meant to be moody. And, there should be, like, a bit of an edge to it. But not edgy, if that makes any sense. Monster Hunter doesn't need to be Dark Souls. I think that Monster Hunter is a variety of different genres, too. Not genres, different moods. And it switches between moods depending on the situation. I think that, if anything, Monster Hunter... Okay, dead. Cool. Okay, that was fast as hell. Sunbreak made a nice attempt, which is great. I want Capcom to do more of that. I liked what Sunbreak was doing. I did like what Sunbreak was doing. I didn't like the final boss. Oh, a plate? Hello? I felt the final boss was silly. I would have preferred if Malzeno was just the final boss. We leave it at that. I'm kind of tired of you beat the flagship and then you find out that there's like a super big Elder Dragon that's like a demon. And I don't know, like it just felt really, it was really on the nose. They're like, oh, this one's the devil. Sharish Valda. I like Sharish Valda. That felt like truly like an otherworldly, like metaphysical demon from like the underworld. Gasmagorum just feels like a joke. Like it feels like they looked at like a death metal band cover and was like, oh, what if we did this? It's like, no, not for me. Not for me. Not the aesthetic I'm going for, I think, personally. A bunch of questions. Whole bunch of questions. At the end of the day, Capcom's a company. Sunbreak, Switch, Monster World and Switch is quite literally a small bomb. Sunbreak made a nice attempt, which is great. Yeah, read that. Plus, possibly getting the parts to do your Lego Jade Baroth. If anyone makes any of the subspecies, please send me pictures, because most of the subspecies I don't build, and I would love to see how they turn out, honestly. That is the market. That is not a blacksmith. This is the blacksmith. Jacob, all-time favorite Toa? My all-time favorite Toa is Takanuva, and he is always on my desk at all times, and he's in all of my Monster Hunter Lego videos. Because Takanuva is the GOAT. He is the OG and the GOAT. No one tops Takanuva. They have reduced graphics. Switch Monster World might work. It was very surprised Monster World ran at a steady 50 frames on my PS4. It was very well optimized. Berserk is what came to mind since that's what the series, at least the first game, is based off of. Dark Souls is based off Berserk. Monster Hunter is not based off Berserk. I think that's what you mean. The flagship and final boss are usually some dark or at least some serious vibes. Gazmo was lame, but he has some good presentation. I wouldn't mind Monster being edgy. They need to try it. It works for people for once. Like, again, like, I don't think it should be like, like, I don't think it should, like, show humanity at their lowest. Like, I don't want... like, when I think of edgy, I do think of Berserk. Like, I think of humanity at their absolute lowest, doing the most depraved, decrepit, like, awful things. Like, and I think of... or something like Dark Souls, where it's just really sad. Like, it's just about, like, people, like, pleading for death, but they can't get it. And, like, just, like, the worst of society, and just, like, disease and violence, and none of that is Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is about a cycle. It's about, like, nature and being one with it. There is a horror to chaos. I think, like, you know, something like Berserk or Dark Souls, the horror that's there is human nature, but in Monster Hunter the horror is chaos itself. Human nature is a part of it, but it's more of like a our general distaste for chaos and our push to build order amongst chaos that is the universe, while Monster Hunter is definitely more of appreciating chaos for all that it is. So sometimes it's scary, sometimes a monster is trying to eat you, but other times it's peaceful, and you see that same monster just sleeping peacefully, and it's happy, and you can see it with its babies and its eggs, and you realize, you know, we perceive that creature as evil, but there's actually really nothing technically evil about it, because it has not been sent by an evil force. It was sent by chaos, by the universe, by God, or whatever. And so it is what it is. It is as it's meant to be. So it's a little bit different than, like, looking at human nature and, like, evil people doing evil things to hurt people maliciously. The monsters aren't doing that. Forge weapons. Can I make the charge blade yet? Why can't I make the charge blade? When do you unlock the Gormagala charge blade? Or am I just, like... do I need, like, a tail or something? What about the armor? Huh? Oh, gore. Here we go. Gore. Do I need a tail? Handicraft. Tack up. Celtis. Artillery. I think I have artillery, which is probably why I'm, like, just wrecking these animals. No, I don't have artillery. Okay, I'm ridiculous. I'm silly. But I do have attack up medium. Berserk fans freaking out when they learn that there's a skeleton in everyone. I have a headcanon, no evidence for the Demon Souls is somehow inspired by Monster Hunter. No, that's not a headcanon. That's true. Think about it. Bottom line, think about it, okay? Everyone in Japan that was a gamer, even if they weren't a gamer, if they were on their way to work, all the kids, they were playing Monster Hunter Freedom and Freedom Unite and Freedom 2. Portable Third still is the best-selling Monster Hunter game in Japan. Anyone who's a game developer in Japan knew about Monster Hunter and was probably playing Monster Hunter. There is no chance that Demon Souls didn't take any influence from Monster Hunter in some capacity, in some way. And I don't know if it's the multiplayer aspect that was probably, like, what they took influence from, or if it's the general combat flow, or the focus on the boss fights. Now, of course, there's no actual proof beyond that, but it would be ridiculous to think that the devs didn't know what Monster Hunter was or hadn't played Monster Hunter, because everyone had played Monster Hunter. Dark Souls references Berserk so heavily and blatantly, and after finishing the Berserk manga, I have slightly less respect for Dark Souls' aesthetic and story. Fair. I mean, that's totally fair. I think it depends on how it's done. Like, I like when Monster Hunter takes influence from things like certain manga and anime. Like, I know it takes heavy influence from Nausicaa, and that to me is really cool. But I guess it really does depend on how it's done and your personal preference, you know? goodness, it is hot in my room. They cranked the heat up again. Ugh. So I gotta open up my window. If there's sounds outside, like street sounds, and I'm sorry. You might need the feelers, maybe. You need a specific part. Pikmin Jake in the Flesh and Blood? Absolutely. Practicing drums. Low rank, you want to focus on attack up skills. Attack up XL is best low rank skill. Okay. Legend of the Guild did it, which was nice. It was so weird when Aiden survived Fatalis. Demon Souls is a weapon. Perhaps many weapons. Monster was the first game ever invented in Japan. Monster exploded because it's the most fun escapism from the misery of Japanese work culture. Isn't Portable top 5 PSP games ever sold, and it's only released in one country? Yes, it literally is. I'd like to see Monster as peace. You have cats and chaos. Bloodborne is birth. Being born in the cruel world. Berserk is human nature. Okay. Michael Kirkbride ripped off a lot of stuff when he was on his Morrowind lore ketamine binge. All art is derivative. Yes, that's huge. Like, all art is derivative, and I want y'all to never forget that. Anyone who's an artist will literally say, "Oh yeah, no, the reason why I'm an artist is because I was influenced by other art." Like, it's it's not a secret. You can't just create something out of nothing. Like, you are influenced by things, even if it's life experience or culture. But culture in of itself is usually founded in art. Or it survives in art. Monster Hunter is derivative of our ancestors hunting the mammoth. Volcanic Hollow. Do you normally live stream? I found the channel with the DOS video. No, I normally do not live stream. This is something I was doing a little bit. Actually, a huge way to grow as an artist is to look at your favorite artists and literally just copy what they do. I learned so much just from unpacking Evangelion and trying to recreate Evangelion with my Pikmin YouTube series. By doing so, I have such a better understanding of the art form, and is this a... Oh, it's just Iapre. The art form, and also just the message. Like, what it was trying to say and what it was trying to do. Like, it all just makes a lot more sense because I went in, I studied the hell out of it, and I tried to recreate it. And in doing so, I understood it. I think it's really easy to just go ahead and, you know, talk about the art. And, you know, something like Monster Hunter, be like, oh, I like this game, but they should do this. I think if someone actually went ahead and tried to make a Monster Hunter game, they'd realize it's not easy. And they'd have an understanding as to why these things are done the way that they are. Which is a philosophy I tried to kind of do in the Monster Hunter 2 video, but ultimately, again, it comes back to the stuff I was saying earlier, where it's just my opinions. It's not very constructive. I'm not transformative at all. And because I'm not transformative, I feel like it's a waste of time. Whew. There's a lot. Greg never would have upset half the fandom if he didn't name his World of Warcraft character Pterodax like 800. Yeah. Maybe I'm asking for edgy Monster because I freaking love The Witcher, and this game is an excellent Monster like, not in gameplay, but maybe in pure term of a hunt, the best kind. I think that's a completely different thing. I think asking for something to be edgy isn't quite the same as asking for something to be like an immersive simulation experience, or like a hunting game. Because I think the term edgy is usually associated with the stuff we refer to when we think of like Berserk, and that's like deep diving into human nature and like despair, like truly despair. That's edgy. We don't see people in Monster Hunter crying. We don't see people in Monster Hunter like praying and begging. Like, we don't see that. We don't see people like at their lowest. Monster Hunter is a very heroic game with a lot of hope. There's a lot of hope in Monster Hunter, and so it could never be the edgy thing that everyone wants it to be. I definitely think it shouldn't be super silly, because I think that silly is a different thing. I think that Monster Hunter is at its best when it is a very down-to-earth, very grounded experience that is mostly focused on hope and the battle between chaos and human order and our struggle. Knights of the Old Republic 2 got me into role-playing. Now I'm playing Pathfinder as a giant robot crocodile. Oh, was that an iPray? I just ran right past it. Pathfinder as a giant robot crocodile exercises ghost of giant metal rod. That's awesome. My real point about my Dark Souls comment isn't that art's derivative, is that so many points in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and Elden Ring are border straight on infringement. I don't know, man. Like, I guess, like, back to, like, the Evangelion example, like, there's so much shit in Evangelion that was just stolen from other work. Like, there's straight up shots in Evangelion that are actually just from, like, older TV shows. There's, like, it's literally just Ultraman. Like, a huge part of Evangelion is just Ultraman. Like, they just stole the designs, stole like the overall like blatant symbolism. Monster Hunter straight up just stole like the aesthetic design of like Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind for the Rotten Vale. They didn't care, and I think it's because, like, I guess it depends on like whether or not you are the artist and whether or not you consider it to be lazy, because I think that the choice of using like a certain aesthetic and repeating it in your art isn't necessarily lazy, because one, you have to first understand that aesthetic, and if you could perfectly replicate the aesthetic of another piece of work, then you've done I think you've done a great job, because it means that you understand that aesthetic, and you took the time to understand it and implement it. So I don't think that's lazy, because it takes the time and the work. Especially something like Dark Souls, which I think is very well done. Dark Souls is a very well done experience and a very well done game. And it's definitely clear that they put their effort into it. If you were the original artist, though, like, let's say you were like you created Berserk, rest in peace the author, but let's say that like you were the creator of Berserk. If for some reason you were upset, I'm gonna tell you right now, most artists don't get upset when their work is being derived from. Most artists don't really get pet peeved about it, and if they are, then they're probably just assholes to begin with. There's not a greater honor than having someone else say, your art is so good, I want to do something like it. I feel inspired by you. And I don't think Dark Souls is lazy. And even then, Berserk took influence from a bunch of stuff too. Like, you want to do the deep dive. Berserk isn't original. It took influence from like things like what was that one movie? There's that one. My friend Darren talks about it all the time. But there's this like one Knights of the Round, like edgy, like I think it was from the 80s or maybe the 70s. But it was like this really edgy, violent, like medieval movie. And there was a lot of movies like that back then, and Berserk took influence from it, and those aesthetics. So it's not like they're necessarily original either. Half of Evangelion is Catholic iconography pasted in it because it looks rad. Not true. Half of Evangelion is Catholic iconography because Ultraman, it had Catholic iconography pasted in it, and Ono just really liked Ultraman, so he just did what they did in Ultraman. He just repeated it. He just did what. But also, just bottom line, Ono is super into the esoteric, and if you watch like his other work, Nadia the Secret of Blue Water, or his Cutie Honey reboot, he goes into like weird esoteric discussions about like the Tree of Life and like Hollow Earth and like the origin of man and like ancient aliens and shit, and it's like, okay, no, there's a bit more to this than just slapping aesthetics in. Like, he actually knows his stuff, and he's like obsessed with like conspiracy theories and like esoteric knowledge. Deliver 5 coals? That's it? Sever Gravios' tail? Hold on there, miss. There's a Gravios on this quest? You know what? I'm gonna bring a different weapon. The Rotten Vale is Miami, Florida. So true. Angel's Egg? I've not seen Angel's Egg. I would be astonished if I made art and someone made a game like Dark Souls derived from... Exactly. If I made something and then someone made Dark Souls and said, oh, it's based off of your comic, I would be like, what? I would be blown away. I would be the happiest person alive. We playing on 3DS today? We are. Berserk is heavily inspired initially by Fist of the North Star. That's also true. A lot of things were inspired by Fist of the North Star, which was inspired by Mad Max. So, there's a lot. The spear, fun fact, the spear points you see when Wunder goes back to Earth are all named after each Power Ranger. Really? Really? Huh. That's fair, but I kind of think that they would make it like Death Stranding, where most of the game is preparing and figuring out how to efficiently traverse the terrain in the world. I love a monster game that actually took influence from Death Stranding, unironically. It's a weird idea, weird concept for sure. No, I'm gonna go with this. Kaiser Blade, let's go. It's on the computer screen. Super funny, blink and you miss detail. Okay, that's good to know. I love shit like that. Dude, I want you all to know, the Evangelion rebuilds are my favorite movies ever made. Like, all 4 of those movies. I love them to death, and I will defend them till the end of time. I think they're better than the original series, too. And I will not... I don't want to fight people on this right now, but I will fight you on this. Unpopular opinion, in the context of Kampura's rampages, between the whole village being able hunters and Magmel helping kill monster, then it makes sense that the monsters are so weak. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't think I've ever had a problem with the monsters being weak in the rampage. I've had no problem with that at all. I think my issue is, why? Why is the rampage happening? And it's one of those cases of, like, the narrative doesn't weave a compelling or convincing story into the gameplay. It's very clear that they designed the rampage as a mechanic first, and then we're like, oh, let's create like a narrative to go along with it. Strand type hunting simulator, let's go. Do you prefer Jade Baroth to normal Baroth? No, I prefer normal Baroth to Jade. I actually don't like Rise or Rampages. Yeah, me too. I'm more of an End of Ava type of a person. Yeah, that's fine. I like both Avas. If I had to recommend only one, I'd go with the original OG plus End of Ava. Well, that's not one. That's 2 different things. A long-time fan of Ava. I still need to watch the rebuilds. What do you think of the 4th one? I hear very divisive things. Here's the thing. It depends on your understanding of Hideaki Anno, his history, the kind of art that he wants to make, and also the history of Evangelion and the cultural impact it had on Japan. If you take all those in consideration and then view Rebuild for what it's trying to be, it's not a remake, it's taking what Evangelion was and looking at it again, rebuilding it, and then destroying it again. And if you understand that, If you understand, going into Rebuild of Evangelion, the point of it is to actually destroy the franchise, metaphorically. To look at it that way, as sort of like treat the franchise as an antagonist, and then you look at all the dialogue and you paint it that way, that they're viewing the franchise itself as an antagonist. It's a flawless masterpiece, and it's peak fiction. Ibushi and Narwa are just Mudos from Godzilla. They transform the environment for their offspring. And, like, I can understand that, but, like, how many Ibushi and Narwas are there, right? Like, it's different from, like, the Godzilla thing, where those were, like, surviving pests that used to inhabit the whole planet. Very different. Ibushi and Narwa, are they surviving pests from a different era? Or are they, like, or are they just, like, dragons? The Elder Dragon stuff has become so trivialized, when in the older titles, it was, like, especially, like, Monster 1, they were actually just rare animals that you've just never seen. There's lots of mysticism around it. But now the games have a whole narrative around the Elder Dragons, and they're not the same mysterious monsters anymore. It makes them go from being, okay, maybe there's one Fatalis, maybe there's one Lao Shanlong, there's one Kirin, to maybe there's multiple. I don't know. I guess, like, think about it like this. Ibushi and Narwa, when Narwa lays eggs, there's, like, what, like 8 or 6 eggs in her, like, stomach pouch? Which implies that if she were to give birth, there would have been 8. Or 6, which means that she probably comes from a litter of, like, 6 or 8. And it's not like there's predators hunting Ibushi and Narwa. The only one that's hunting Ibushi and Narwa are other hunters. But if this is sort of like their first time seeing Ibushi and Narwa, then where are the other 6 from her litter that she came from? You know? Maybe they're around the world, but also, like, I don't know. Like, I don't like it. I prefer when the dragons are so mysterious and there's just nothing. There's nothing. It's like, there's no information on them. We don't know where they came from. They come in out of nowhere. We're not going to make a big deal about it. It's just one quest, we move on. The moment you make whole narrative around it, like, the twins are, like, they're, like, telepathically communicating with the dragons. I'm just like, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Not for me. High mortality rate? How do you have a high mortality rate if you're, like, the apex species of the planet and you could just, like, destroy ecosystems? Like, it... I don't think that they would, like, kill each other either. Like, I don't think there'd be infighting among the species, because, like, then they should be an extinct species. If those are, like, the last 2 alive... Yeah, every way you look at it is just silly. Like, it's just silly, and that's why they shouldn't put so much emphasis on any sort of lore regarding the dragons. They should just... I don't know. We don't know. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. What was I doing? I think I wanted to upgrade my armor. Yeah, I wanted to upgrade my armor. Do I have any more? No, I don't. Gravios is on this quest. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Rebuild films are a very specific reflection of Evangelion series as a whole. It's got some really good stuff for those who care about that, even if parts feel incomprehensible on the surface. Yeah, I think it's deliberately... I didn't eat before I went on the quest. Cool. I think it's definitely deliberately meant to be incomprehensible, and I think that you have to kind of, like, look at it as if the narrative itself is falling apart, and that's on purpose. Like, it almost should feel comical. Like, they're almost saying Evangelion made no sense to begin with, so, like, let's crank it up a notch and make even less sense. Because it's literally, at the end of the day, the original series was the same way. It's not about the science that's happening on screen, like the actual in-universe lore or whatever the shit is happening. It's about the message. And this time the message is Evangelion is actually bad. Which is cool. It's such a neat idea. I liked it better when they treated elders like events like Gen and Try when they had. It was only for around 3 days out of the month. Super fun. Oh my god. There's so many comments. I can't keep up with it all. Maybe they eat each other. But why would they eat each other? It just... the whole species would be extinct if they did. And also, if they did eat each other, then that's serious inbreeding. Like, how is the population supposed to survive? Doesn't... silly. Silly. I got a mod for World that change the textures of Barroth into Jade Barroth and the mud on it into snow, but it isn't a new monster, it's just a reskin. See, I would love if they added Jade Barroth as a mod to Iceborne. The green Nargacuga mod is one of my absolute favorites that they implemented into the game, and it was awesome. Don't Mantis eat the dudes when they mate? Yeah, but that's after they mate. That's a different thing entirely, and they use that, don't they? Like, they need that in order to grow their babies. So like it biologically it makes sense, and when they give birth, they lay the eggs. It's not like the eggs start killing each other. That doesn't happen. We have to assume that Ibushi and Narwa came from 2 separate litters, I would hope. Which means that there's probably like at least 10 other Ibushi and Narwas out there in the world. So I'm supposed to cut off the tail, right? Their babies are even weaker if the dude isn't eaten, if I recall correctly. Gotta take one for the team. Wasn't there an Ava Brachydios in a Monster Hunter game? There was. There was an Ava Brachydios. It was in Monster Hunter Explorer. There was also a Gormagala that's based off the 10th Angel. Not Zarel, but the 10th Angel from Rebuild. And then there's also a, I think it's Zuriel, actually, not Zuriel. And then there's also a, Tigrex that's based off of Unit 2, Evangelion Unit 2, so. That's all from the same game. Riveting sword versus brick wall gameplay. Guys, you just need to appreciate Gravios for what he is. He deserves love too. Shit. Gravios' second gen has 2-part breaks and a tail cut. For you is 8-part breaks. Looks like a drug addict when everything comes on. Literally. Gravios is one of my favorite monsters. Thank you! I am so glad that there is some Gravios love out there. Gravios, my beloved. Oh, shit. Why did it have to be sever the tail? Yep. Yep. Just miss every attack. There we go. I'm mad that there's some Gravios love out there. Gravios is a cool design. I love his charged laser. It's like a living Death Star. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay. Equipments are pretty nice. High rank, G rank armors, shoulder pads are just 2 skulls, makes you look like a tank. There we go. Don't laser me. Don't laser me. Don't laser me. Any thoughts on health scaling? I think it's fine. I think that it's good for a game like World. I think Rise, it was also maybe good. It isn't just... I think it should be clear that it isn't just there being more players. It's the average DPS of monsters have increased like tenfold. I've never heard you talk about Generations Ultimate. Did you enjoy it? I think it's a decent anniversary title. It's not for me though. I'll never say Generations Ultimate is like a favorite of mine. Oh my god, it's so hot in my room. Hold on. This is ridiculous. There we go. Come on. There we go. Okay. I've written a fanfiction where an enormous female black Gravios called Lilith just pierced 3 meters hole into a Cantor chest. Oh. Okay. There's a charm to all the Monster 1 monsters that makes me feel really something special whenever I think of them. Yeah, me too. There's a wonderful, wonderful design philosophy to all of them, and you know, despite having only one major skeleton, that was the Wyvern skeleton, they were able to make some wonderful, wonderful and interesting designs for each of them. Like, yeah, they have all the exact same movesets, pretty much. They all do the exact same tailspin, but if you look at, like, Plesioth compared to Diablos, same moveset, but very different monsters, and it's cool. There he is. I like scaling to the point. It can't be too big. If it takes the same time to kill a monster solo versus co-op, I gotta deal with randoms. I'm gonna go solo. Yeah. I think Monster just has an issue with monster health in general. And just the player has too much ability to just go ham with damage. Because it wasn't an issue in the older titles at all. You didn't have to have the player scaling. The damage output from players was much smaller. I think that they implemented it into base world because of the fact that if everything was scaled just for solo play or multiplayer, it wouldn't really work, because the game there's only one quest chain, right? So, and then Rise, they clearly did it just because Just because the health pools got so big and the damage output of the players got so big too that... I'm playing for you. Hope to bring back Deserted Island map in Monster 6. That would be nice. I'd love if they brought back an old map. Or they made a new one. I'm playing for you right now and just discovered that the armors that can be made with traded parts at the Viporium don't have high rank versions. Now I'm mad and big sad. Yeah, that's kind of lame. I really don't like how much of the colors of some monsters from Rise have been muted. Yeah. It's kind of like absurdly muted. Monster Hunter 1, things were muted, but not because of the not because of any the colors themselves, but because of like the environment, like the fog and stuff. I think the monsters themselves should be flashy, but the weather, environmental weather, is what should like dress the monster in a particular vibe. Then you get a game like For You where like everything is pretty crystal clear because it's meant to be on the 3DS, and so they're like, well, might as well just keep them vibrant and beautiful. 4-player turns lobbies in GU. 4-player turn lobbies in GU are peak Monster Hunter for me. Yeah, there's a lot of content in that game, and if you just like it for like going out on quests, doing, and then hunting one monster and then returning from that quest and then repeating, then GU is pretty good at that. And it had nearly everything. Would have liked Hypnocatrace, and Mondoblos, and Nostra, and Purepeko, and Giganox, and some of the other ones. Oh, Great Jaggy. That would have been nice. And at that point, oh, and subspecies. Like, honestly, GU... There we go. It would have been nice just to have everyone, because the game was already so big, like... It's not even, like, a thing about balance at that point. It's just, like, if you're gonna have that much content, you might as well just have that much content. My concern of how scaling is might discourage playing with other players. Whenever I read about the vision behind Monster Hunter, I keep hearing about it was to create a social space. Yes. And again, that has less to do with, especially in Rise, it has less to do with the actual mechanics of like, oh, if you're playing on your own, it might be more difficult to hunt. I mean, if the health pools were too high, but rather it's about the amount of damage the players can do, because the players can do so much damage that if you had 4 of them doing that amount of DPS constantly, of course you're gonna... the monster's gonna go down so fast. Just like World Devil Joe, in which you would get a Golden Joe in Desert a day. Yeah. And I like that. Thoughts on Yangaruga? It's fine. I wanted Yangaruga in Rise. I felt he would have been good for the game. As for the day Monster 1 monsters evolve, has the need to share the do the 180 tailspin twice in a row move. Yeah, that'd be nice. Heard back when Monster 4U released, there were just people outside playing together everywhere on the 3DS. Yeah. I know when, you know, when it... Obviously, in that regard we're referring to its Japan release, but I remember when it was released in stateside and in the West, I was playing on my 3DS every day, anytime I could, at school, at break, in between my shifts at work. Like, I was obsessed with it. GU is my favorite in the series, though I'm pretty sure it's just a sucker for the anniversary games, considering some of my other favorites in the series. Then do you think that the disparity between play style damage outputs could be a problem in future games? Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that unless they boil down the combat again, no gimmicks, boil down the combat, kind of return to like a simpler way of playing the game, we're gonna just keep having these issues where the monster health bloat is so high and the player has to hit the monster so much, and you have to do these crazy numbers, and the focus will keep being pushed on the meta, when in the past it could have been, it was fun because you didn't know how much damage you were doing to the monster, aside from if it died fast or not. And because the amount of damage you did on average anyway was quite low, it felt like there wasn't as much disparity between like a player that's not as good compared to a player that is good. Yeah. I guess like here's an example, right? Let's say you're playing Monster Hunter Tri, the original Monster Hunter Tri. No, let's go Monster Hunter 1, because that's probably like the best example. In Monster Hunter 1, let's say everyone has there's 2 players and they're using Greatsword. You got 2 players using Greatsword in Monster Hunter 1, right? One player really knows the monsters, like really knows the monsters and knows the perfect times to hit the monster, and will always like position themselves and get a good Greatsword attack. Remember, there's like back then the attacks for Greatsword were quite different. Did I get enough coal? I did. The attacks for Greatswords were quite different. We didn't have the same combos we can do now. So there's a player that's really good at using the Greatsword and positions themselves perfectly, waits for the right opening, and doesn't attack. Then you have a player who's not very good, doesn't really know the openings, and is doing attacks when it's not a good time, and they're getting hit, and they're being sent back, and they have to take a potion. So they're playing not very well. In both cases, the players are probably, on average, still probably trying to hit the monster the same amount of times, just because it was difficult to hit the monster to begin with. Maybe the player that's playing a little bit better is better at, like, evade rolling, and then, like, going straight into, like, the next attack. But the player that is getting hit after every attack, I think, in the same amount of time, is probably still going to do a lot of damage. So what you have there is you have 2 different players, one that is better than the other, but the disparity between the 2 isn't going to be as much. This is a hypothetical, and obviously I would have to like test it to like prove this point, but it'd be difficult to test that because that is such a weird hypothetical. And then if you take it's something like in Rise, I think the game is a lot different. Maybe that example doesn't really work. Maybe you guys understand what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't like gimmicks. I don't think it's going away though. All we can do is praise the next gimmick isn't that impactful on hunting time. I'm hoping the next gimmick is like as simple as like, oh, they made it more of a survival game. The gimmick is literally the gimmick is that there's like it's more down to earth and your attacks are slower and everything's heavier and you have to run from the monster more because they hit harder. That's the gimmick. The Monster Hunters survive. That's what I want. So weird, it went online for the first time in Free to Me Night. I was like, oh, my stuff isn't good enough. Oh god, please don't kick me. I had a G-rank Rajang armor and Fatalis bow. Yeah. When I first played online in Free to Me Night, I was terrible at the game. But we had no problem hunting monsters because, like, I still had good equipment. And although, like, I think that being good at Monster Hunter back then was more about, like, whether or not you get hit by the monster and you know the timings. But nowadays, it's like it's all about just like maximizing your DPS, and it's the way that timing works on the monsters is so different. It's the same, but it's different. I don't know. It's difficult to describe. Weird hypothetical conversations that mean nothing, go nowhere, do nothing for us. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I feel like it's a waste of time. Firestar? Yeah, let's fight Gravios again. Ooh. Ooh. I have the window cracked open, and now it's getting a little bit cooler in my room, but... yeah, let's just do Gravios. It's crazy they make you fight Gravios before Rathalos in this game. What a strange experience. I would get kicked all the time in 4U. If I went in and I didn't have enough defense, they'd just kick me. Oh, no. The only reason why it's hot right now is because my roommates, they crank the heat up like crazy. And I always try to lower it, but they have it at like max, like every day. And there's like there's a heater right next to my computer. So it just heats up this whole area. But I have a window right here, so it's the cool air, cool spring air is helping. The first time you fight Rathalos in this game can be brutal. The platform shifting was a big surprise. Yeah. Cole. I'm trying to get Firestones. That's what I need. I don't think I've been getting like any. Armor Sphere Pluses are good though. I got pretty far in World. I'm in high rank now. I played a lot off stream. I was gonna play on stream, but I guess it didn't happen. I try not to kick. I realize we're all just people trying to have fun in Monster. Exactly. Oh my god. Why is there gotta be someone honking outside? Honk honk, bitch. Gravios looking badass. Yeah, exactly. Look at him. Love this big fella. Why is my character just standing there? Can you imagine if he didn't move? Like, if a player didn't know what was coming? Yeah, the tail spin isn't exactly my favorite attack. Spin, spin, charge, gas, tail, spin, spin, charge, shoot laser. No! Hit me. There we go. Took it as this is the first time seeing Gravios. And he's like, oh, neat, what's he doing? First time players will probably just stand there and go, oh, so that's what that is. Yeah. Hope Gravios comes back for 6. Me too. It emphasizes size and tanky nature. I think if the game was, as I said, where like the gimmick is like, oh, the monsters are impossible to kill, super big and tanky, and like tanky is in like they're just difficult to hit. I shouldn't say tanky. Because I don't necessarily want something that's tanky. I want it so that every hit is meaningful, more so than like similar to what like this game does, or 3. Ah, no. Gravios is a fun fight as a gunner. I believe it. I want a monster that's like just out to try to bite me and like eat me. It's like Gravios, like, I'm surprised he doesn't just try to like bite me with his freaking mouth. I mean, like with having tear apart, not necessarily a health sponge. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you know what I should do? I should make a poll. Let's make a poll of what should return in monster. So, MH6, what should return? Or like what should be featured? Yeah. What's another option? I have 3 options so far. The options are underwater, single giant open world map, complete return to form in the game design, or what should the 4th option be? Like survival mechanics. Yeah. Yeah, you guys vote on that. Why not? Microtransactions? All the last 3 combined? Yeah. Giganox, Kirpeko, a few other frontier monsters. The Gaiker, Namiel, Yamsakami, Shen, Gowron. I don't think any new siege, like any returning siege monsters is just not going to happen unless it's like a final boss Elder Dragon, like Elatron, Fatalis, or Amatsu. I don't see, things like, yeah, I don't see it. I really like how underwater combat was thematically. Yeah. It was good. Can't choose. They all be looking kind of tasty, right? Gunner armor. I like options for armor too. Gunner armor is sorely missed. Some of my favorite armor sets are gunner armor, even though I don't use gunner. Both my cats came up here to try and help me, and you can see Dire Morales coming back at least. Maybe Dire Morales, maybe. I don't know, everyone hypes him up. He's pretty mid. I'm gonna be real. He's just like Fatalis, but bigger, and you can swim next to his body. Old subspeeds that haven't been shown in like 10 years. That'd be nice. I just like Pink and Azure and Black Diablos. They're cute. I don't think they should ever be removed again. Oh man. Ugh. I've been so sleepy lately, every day. He's okay, he's not that crazy to fight or anything, but his arena is really hype. I'm sure they could make him fight interesting. Maybe because he just has Fatalis moveset upgrade, they can become incredible. Any monster they bring over to like 6th gen is going to be amazing, because they did really a good job on the 5th gen returning monsters. So for sure, I don't know. I'm just like, we could save that spot for, oh, I don't know, like a Cantor. Even Gogmazios is just like thematically a little bit more interesting than Dire Morales. Dalmadur is another great one. Imagine if they brought back Zora Magdaros in Monster 6. Never gonna happen. Thyra was okay. If you ever played 4U, you'd realize he's just a prototype 4th gen Fatalis. Even as the nuke they gave to the Fatalis in 4. Survival in open world, being able to run into town, prepare provisions, grab a quest, and ride out on a Palamute would be awesome. Yes, that would be wonderful. I want the game to let me just be in the map, longer, and yeah, that's what I want. Like Siege monsters, but I'm weirds. Zora was disappointing in my opinion. I wish I was able to play World with you, because by the time I got World, I could play it. You stopped streaming. Aw. Well, there's always another chance. I might even turn on World later today. I don't know. I'm currently focused on 4 because I want to play a little bit of 4. 4 is still my favorite, so I just like to return to it. At some point, I want to boot up Monster 3, like original Monster 3. But also, like, I don't know. I miss some of the additions they added in 3U, and I was talking about it with some friends in Discord. I have like a selection of monsters that should have been in Monster Hunter 3, and the fact that they aren't in Monster Hunter 3 is like what is actively making me not want to play the game. Like Pink and Azure, that's like huge. Black Diablos should have just been in the game. I think that the second gen Elder Dragons, Kashella, Teostra, should have been in the game. I think Kirin and Rajang need to be in the game because there's currently only one lightning monster, thunder monster in Tri. And Kirin or Rajang would have been great additions to balance that out. Yeah, and I think, there we go. Teostra and Kashella would have also been great. Kashella would be a great ice weapon monster. And also just to add another monster to the Tundra, which would have been nice. And then Teostra would have been a great in the volcano. Yeah, basically those ones. Monoblos would have been cool, but not necessary. Very unpopular, but I love Lao's fight Jed. Rather the cannonball machine you could operate. Oh frick! There's mining points in here. I need firestones. The cannonball machine you could operate. I wish the cannonball thing was in more sieges. Yeah, it would be fun. What's my least favorite? Like least favorite Monster Hunter game? Probably Portable Third. Yeah, Portable Third. Because anything that I like about Portable Third is either in Generations and better, or it's in 3 Ultimate and better. So I don't know. I think like the only like truly unique thing in Portable Third would be I guess like Brute Tigrex in pre 4th gen, but I don't know. Brute Tigrex is... if I want to fight Brute Tigrex, I've got 4U for that, and I prefer 4U, so... Can't believe people actually preferred old Lunastra over the queen that she was in World, even if she was very hard. Yes, I like Lunastra in World. Nice. Okay, Cure Poison, Iodrome. They will reference Zora like Shengaron in the Jurassic Frontier as a corpse and then completely forget him. They already did it. Zora's corpse is already in the ice place. What's the Frost Islands? Yeah. One of the worst maps ever conceived by the Capcom team. Yep. Rajang has such a unique movement-wise, they really could have just copied and pasted him from Monster Freedom Unite and he'd fit right in. Exactly. I don't think it would be even hard to port Kirin into Monster Hunter Tri, because you could just use Kelby's animations. It would be a pretty weird game, but... People like Lunastra? Yeah, I love Lunastra. She's fine. She's completely fine. Just bring a Dragon Steel weapon and she doesn't use her big attacks. Like, it's not hard. The game spends the whole time with when you're fighting the Elder Dragons, like, yo, if you bring a Dragon Steel weapon, they can't use their, like, super attacks on you. And then players are like, huh? A blast? Blast weapons are meta? Blast? I'm bringing Blast. Huh? Alatreon? I'm gonna bring Blast. My problem with... Oh, Plesioth! Plesioth was another monster I wanted in Monster Hunter 3, Base 3. It's in 3U. But Plesioth is... Okay, so... Azure pink, black Diablos. Okay, those three. Plesioth and green Plesioth. I think Kashela Diora, Teostra, Rajang, and Kieran should have also been in the game. I don't think Rusted needed to be in Try. It wouldn't be hard. I feel like people could mod it in. They could absolutely mod it in. They just take a Latrion's moveset, and they just give it Teostra's and Kashela Diora's body. The model. Dude, the people who are working on the people who are working on Try servers, they gotta use their expertise to be making mods for the game. I'm telling you. It's just taken off. Okay. It baffles me, why didn't they bring Lagiacrus and Sunbreak when you already have Almadron and Royal Luderoth Skeleton? Hell, Royal Luderoth is basically Lagiacrus. Well, yeah. They had their reasons. I think that Lagiacrus is best underwater, and I don't want to fight him unless I'm fighting him underwater. Personally. So I wouldn't want him to come back unless he's like a cameo. I think that the mistake is just not having him as a cameo with Plesioth. Him and Plesioth should have at least been like monsters that appear in the water. You can like take photos of, and they'd be considered like rare endemic life or some shit. And they would like attack the monsters. Kind of like a secret turf war. That's what should have happened. But I don't want to fight them unless I'm fighting them underwater. Plesioth and Lagiacrus are meant to fight them. They're meant to be fought underwater. Hydron has way too much health. Yeah, it's kind of cool in Monster 3U, only underwater. At least you can dodge his wide hitbox in multiple dimensions. I spent 20 hours grinding Raging Gravios for his armor and weapons because it is OP stuff. It did hit, but he too hard for my ability to do solo. Wait, where did Iodrum go? He was here, wasn't he? I think that Monster Try just needs like a couple more monsters and then it would be good to go. Like, it'd be a perfect ideal game. And the stuff that they added in Portable Third are not it. That's not where it's at. We don't need Jade, Baroth, and Glacial Ignactor. No, we need Kashela Diora. Kashela Diora is a great ice monster. It would fit in perfectly in Monster Try. Fighting him in the Tundra would be perfect. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, Idrum is not here. Was he still in that area? And was I just a fool? I don't know. I'm mining. We needed another water monster as well, and what would be good for a water monster that gives you water weapons is Plesioth. So Plesioth in Try would have been great. We don't necessarily need Teostra, because we have lots of fire monsters at the end of the game. You know, we have Ignactor, who's sort of like the big bad fire monster. But a Teostra, I think, would have helped maybe flesh it out a bit. And then, of course, Kieran and Rajang both just needed to be in the game because we needed more Thunder Monsters. We only have Lagiacrus. Yeah. Oh, Tigrex and Nargacuga could have also been in 3, but maybe not. I don't think they're needed. They were in Portable 3rd. I mean, it's fine. Kashella is overhated? Absolutely. Frontier monsters. I don't hate fighting Leggy on land, but if most people really hate land Leggy so much, maybe the devs should have designed Leggy to be exclusively underwater at all times. That's true. I think the point of the hunt is that primarily the fight is underwater, but if you get them onto land, then the experience changes. What did you dislike most about Portable 3rd? It's like a simplification of like aspects of Tri and like a trivialization. I think just in comparison to other games with the same content, Portable 3rd just lacks. That's all. It's nothing like crazy. It's not like, oh, it's like the worst game ever. It's just like, well, if I want to hunt like, I don't know, Purple Ludroth, 3 Ultimate I think is just a better experience for it. Or it's like, oh, if I want to hunt in the Misty Peaks, well, I got GU. By that I mean that you ask multiple monsters of different element. There's so much interesting usage of element in Frontier. Yeah. And Leggy is supposed to be easier, but it is a balance. I feel like if they put a monster in the game that's always down, the fight would be much worse. Oh, absolutely. Making Leggy more of a threat on land is... I don't think anyone would complain about that. A 3 Ultimate doesn't have Bulge. No, it doesn't. If a 3rd walks, the 3 you could run. Where did he go? Supplies have arrived. What were the supplies? Where did Iodrome go? What do I feel about weapon meta and GU? I'll be honest, I really don't care about weapon meta, so I don't really know even what the weapon meta for each monster, for each weapon is. I just don't give a shit. God, I remember 3U has a horn with fire defense on a fire hunting horn. Oh, you know, when you have that one monster that uses fire and is also weak to fire. You primarily play Charge Blade, right? Yep. I like Charge Blade the most. When I was a kid, I played Longsword. Levasioth. Oh, is Levasioth weak to fire? I mean, he's not in 3U, so... Next stop is Cathar. We're gonna meet the Wyverian peoples. Oh, we talked about 3U, huh? Just got back. We watched some of your Pikmin stuff and just realized they used a lot of Monster sound effects and ideas. Yes! It's almost like I was deeply influenced by Monster Hunter, creatively and aesthetically. I have whole episodes of Twig and Pick where the Pikmin literally go on a hunting quest. Like, they'll go to, like, a quest board and be like, oh, we need to hunt a Rajang. And then, like, they're not actually hunting a Rajang, they're hunting, like, a Pikachu plushie. But it's, like, it makes, like, the Rajang sound effects and... I still play 3U from time to time. I should play more. Who knows how much longer the servers will stay. I don't know. I just don't have a lot of drive to play 3U. Oh, I forgot I was doing this. Might as well just keep making honey. Sap plant? That's a good idea. Pikajang used Seismic's toss. Pikmin died. Yeah. Nibble Snarf. Centaur shell. Villager request. Any Kelby horn? Oh, here we go. Senny, thanks. I need 2 more Kelby horns. I can level up my dairy products. Maybe I should do that. Kirapeko needs to come back. Absolutely. More so than Yankutku. Do Kelby spawn in the Primal Forest? We're about to find out. Yeah, also the portable third monsters are a mixed bag. Like, so like on one end you have like Duramboros, which is awesome. Love Duramboros. And then you have something like Baleful Giganox, where they're like, oh, we need another thunder monster, because all we have is Zinogre. Let's make the monster that's like Kezu just more into Kezu. Just even more Kezu. Come on, guys. Come on. How lazy can you be? Oh, they have, Nibble Snarf. Ugh. Nibble Snarf. So stupid. Alright, Kelby. Are there Kelby on this map? Those aren't Kelby. I have the exact same Monster Hunter plushies as you, and they are super rare. Yeah, I don't own them anymore. I gave them away. Except I have this one. I still have this, which is cute. Men say Giggy. Kelby are just not here, which is a shame. But it's fine. You're a nibble snarf hater? Unsubbing right now. Oh no. Oh no! How will I ever recover? People still online through you. It's been over 10 years because it's a great game. Exactly. I do not care for Kiripeko, and 5th gen treats other monsters in the area would make Kiripeko's gimmick near worthless. I think in Rise it would be worthless, but I think that his gimmick could work really well if there was more monsters than just 3, or that more monsters can spawn other than just the 3. I think what we need is a monster game where, like, literally, like, hundreds, not hundreds, but like a dozen monsters could be on the map at the same time, but it'd be done in a way that's, like, expertly crafted. Like, oh, you go up to, like, a nest, and maybe there's, like, 6 Legiana sleeping, and you're like, you do not want to be in that. And you can if you want, and it would be terrible and awful. Or you could, like, find one stray Legiana that's, like, hunting. I think I talked about this before with, like, Rathian. I would love if, like, you were on a really big map, and there was, like, 3 Great Jaggies at all times, just out there. And if they bump into each other, they just beat each other up for a little bit. I think it depends on the size of the map and also what happens when monsters meet up with each other. In Rise, when 2 monsters meet up with each other, it's basically just free DPS on both monsters, because they fight, or they hit each other, so that's damage. Then you get to Wyvern Ride, that's damage. You can crash it into the other one, more damage, and then you can Wyvern Ride the other one. It's just, it's kind of silly. So Kiripeko and Rise is a terrible idea. I think if the maps were slightly bigger in World, Kiripeko in World would be really great, especially if you didn't know what was on the map, or if he was able to just spawn in new monsters. If Kiripeko could just spawn Deviljho on a map that, like when you load into the map, there is no Deviljho on the map, then it could be good. Six monsters? No thanks. Damn, bro. Goddamn, that'd be a tall order to implement. It's not that hard to implement. In Monster 6, I've got a quest that not Monster 6, in Monster World, there's a quest that I can literally load up right now, and it has all 3 of the Rathians and all 3 of the Rathalos in an arena at the same time. The game runs fine. Monster is built to have more than 3 monsters on a map at once, all functioning at the same time. Now, is it a clusterfuck? Absolutely. It's not good. Harvest Sewer, Ancestral Steps. So there has to be Kelby here, yeah? Bro secretly has a copy of Monster 6. For real. You could have modded this game to have like 6-way Fatalis and the whale ship at the same time, yeah. It's the game can absolutely run it. It's just the developers are scared to put that many monsters at the same time. I get it. Just need 2 horns. Yeah, I mean, I get the reason why it would be like a game balancing thing. And that's most likely the reason why they've always done it that way. Because it would be insane to ask the hunter, the player, to hunt 6 at the same time. And that's why I said, like, it would be suicidal. Like, the idea isn't that, like, oh, you're intended to do this. The idea is you're actually intended not to do it. Raw meat. I don't want raw meat. Whoa, it's really Monster Hunter 6. Kelby? Kelby. Oh, I hear one. Graphics are blowing me away. I bet a lot of people joined actually thinking it was going to be like Monster 6. Oh, right, I can't turn around. There we go. I am one of those people. Well, I'm trying to make my like thumbnails just obnoxious. With the red arrow and the pointing, like I'm trying to do that on purpose. People get annoyed at fighting 2 monsters at once in the arena. This would be interesting to see how something like that could play out. Well, it is impossible. Like 6 monsters like attacking you at once is so difficult. I could show you the quest. I could boot up World and show you, because it's not exactly pretty. It's a bit of a nightmare. They give you like 50 feints on that quest because they just know you'll faint so many times. But it's fun, and it's cool to see how they all interact with each other. I feel Lunastra and the Leviathans will never meet. Yeah. Sag. Then with Kezu and Bezarios keep coming in as if they can't leave each other's side. Yeah. I really like the first gen wyverns though, so I'm okay if they keep getting brought back. I definitely think like in some cases, like Giganox is a better Kezu in a lot of ways. Spines in some ways is a better Bazarios. Some ways. Same with Baroth in some ways is a better Bazarios. Not in every way. They're very different monsters, but what's on the quest docket? What's next on the quest docket? Your local artist hunter has arrived. Hey, Anthony the artist. Welcome. Yes. Get you some better dairy, better milk product. Do you think Monster Hunter should bring back event quests of absurd size scaling? Incredibly small? Absolutely. I'm surprised that they, you know... That was in Rise. There was one of those in Rise. There was like a tiny Zinogre, wasn't there? They better add more Leviathans in Monster 6 because World had none. Yeah. We had a bunch in Rise, so I was happy with that. I think that they'll be in Monster 6. Baroth, and Royal Luderoff won't leave each other's sides either. Mini Uragan had the funny OST. It did. I need to grab something to eat. Oh, another character wants to talk to me down here. I have some food. Oh, it's just the cutscene. Okay, how about when the cutscene plays? Oh, what's this guy saying? Oh, cool. When the cutscene plays, I'm gonna go heat up some food. Yes. Okay, I'll be back. Whoa, cool, your whale is humongous. What? Humongous. Sorry, just wipe that off. So, are you a hunter? So, how old do you think this little child is? Because the Wyverians, they live like forever and they age slower. What a little fool. I'm gonna go grab my food. Nice. Oh, more snake wyverns? I couldn't tell the difference between the names of Barroth and Barrioth when I was younger. Yeah, I was confused by it too. Someone should make a Thanos Uragan mod that is just harder than Fatalis for no reason. Good. Alright. While I'm eating, we should watch a Monster Hunter video. Does anyone have a Monster Hunter video essay I can review and react to? Anything at all. I'll switch it over to YouTube again. I mean, we do have this. Heavy Wings 4U video. It's like an hour long, and I watched it last night. We're gonna watch it at double speed, but it's mostly just his opinions.
Oh, Shin is stuff? Do I know that one? Do I know this person? He does Monster Hunter videos? I don't think I've ever watched these. The Anjanath cult. Flooded forest, the Monster Hunter map. Monster hunting? How monster games don't simulate hunting. They don't?
Hey kids, y'all like committing ecocide?
I'll turn down my game volume.
Monster Hunter is a series as near and dear to me as it is self-explanatory. Whenever someone asks about the core appeal of these games, there's always some twat who can't contain themselves as they snicker, "Bro, it's in the name, Lamau." And to their credit, they ain't wrong. The title, Monster Hunter, perfectly sums up what these games are about. You fight fantastical creatures and harvest their body parts for your own purposes.
Why did it say this video was only a minute long? Why does it now say it's 27 minutes? I was like, what? Okay. Here we go. Playback speed 2.
But the word hunter specifically has to me always been an interesting choice. The core gameplay of Monster Hunter consists of combat, deep battle systems with high skill ceilings, and an ever-evolving list of possible playstyles. And yet, it is not called Monster Slayer or Monster Fighter, but Monster Hunter. Hunting is an activity that goes beyond just hitting a deer with a stick, as it includes tracking, traps, scouting the terrain, and long-term planning. Obviously, the title isn't a promise written in stone, but the use of the word hunter does give us an excuse to examine how well these games simulate hunting as opposed to merely fighting, how the elements that make up the simulation have changed over the years, and even how it could be done in future games. My emotions, and let's talk about Monster Hunter. Now, stating the obvious, but in real life, hunting isn't one single thing, and it's not even stable within itself. What people call hunting today and what was considered hunting 5,000 years ago are two almost entirely separate things, completely divorced through a gap in tech and time. But we can still identify a few core components within the concept of hunting that remain stable. Hunting is a process which involves the locating, observing, and killing or otherwise maiming of its target, generally an animal.
Yeah, that's true.
While I don't want to dive into the ethics of that final step, the first two are important for this video. The act of hunting is one of figuring out both the land and the target in order to predict and then manipulate its movements. That includes finding tracks and using them to make assumptions about trails and situations that may influence the hunt. It includes taking local landmarks like rivers and clearings into account in order to determine where and when to strike. In real life, a hunt is determined by preparation and knowledge, with the actual violence only taking up a tiny part of it. That is obviously going to be different in Monster Hunter. As an action RPG, it cannot reasonably commit to having all of its fights last 10 seconds just to satisfy linguistic pedantism regarding its name. But that doesn't mean the games never try to evoke that feeling of being out on a hunt. The Monster Hunter franchise positions itself in a sort of alternate Stone Age, so convincingly in fact that the series' German Wikipedia article even erroneously points at a specific time period because hey, wir lieben das alle auf den Sack zu gehen. Thus, the hunting it wants to emulate is primitive and reliant on notes, passed on knowledge, and existing in nature to try and best the beast based on situational knowledge. Now, if these aspects can't really be inserted into the combat part of the game, then where can we see the hunting elements at play? They somewhat play into the time between quests, where the player prepares for whatever creature they wish to slay, but generally, I would say the hunting part of Monster Hunter happens within the time between a player being dropped into the wilderness and the player engaging the monster, as well as the natural breaks in combat which happen when a monster changes location. Basically, hunting is what happens when you're not fighting but still out on the quest looking for the monster. This pre-fight period is when the players ask them various ways to find their bearings and both prepare on site as well as actually find the monster. This took various different forms across the various games in the series. In ye olden days of the original few games, this stretch of time was pretty uneventful. In the starting hours of Monster Hunter Freedom, for example, the pre-fight time is generally spent running around the map frantically like a child that lost his mom at Walmart. Because the maps in the older games were made up of fairly small rooms separated by loading screens, and because most monsters aggroed instantly upon the player being in a room alongside them, the game inadvertently encouraged just popping into every area of the map, checking if the battle music started and then moving on to the next one if it didn't. The furthest thing possible from the meticulous understanding of the monster's environment and behavior that the word hunter would imply. However, where this element does come into play is when the pre-fight period is reactivated, or in other words, when the monster has been engaged, fought for a while, only for it to flee into a different area. An inexperienced, careless player might watch that Kezu leave and then realize that they now must, once again, aimlessly burst into every area to try and find it, wasting precious time, as well as just generally not having much fun. A better
Poison battle axe, my beloved.
During combat encounter, make use
It's
of
a good
paintball
weapon.
item, which can be thrown at a monster in order to make it visible on the HUD map for a while. This way, the random and unfun process of searching for the monster can be entirely skipped when the monster eventually flees. This
Can you
is a
slow it down? Oh, yeah. Is it actually too fast for y'all? My bad.
mechanizes the tedium of the first run to the monster. Because it is such a boring and uninteresting activity, the player is motivated to find ways to avoid it, ways that depend on the player's preparation, taking paintballs with them, and responsibility, actually remembering to use them. So it does somewhat interact with concept adjacent to hunting. The problem, however, is that it relies on the threat of tedium and frustration, which is an experience that works for everyone. When I think of my time in Monster Hunter Freedom, I don't really think about how the game pushed me to use the paintballs, and how that is a step towards simulating hunting. I think of that fucking kutku that made me look for it for almost 35 minutes live on stream. Paintballs are not the main way the old games simulate hunting, however, as they... Wait, what? Oh, sorry, no, they are the main way the old games simulate hunting. There are auxiliary systems, such as food scales which show you the monster on a map for the first few seconds of a hunt, psycho serum which highlights the monster briefly when consumed, and my favorite, a hot air balloon which points you to the monster when you wave at it. But those are, just like the paintballs themselves, situationally available shortcuts that don't deepen the act of finding a monster as much as they entirely skip it. Moreover, they are basically just limited versions of the paintball. They are not new systems, and they don't require any additional skill or knowledge to use. You simply have to have the right things available at the right time.
Okay, I will say this. Technically, your own situational knowledge and context of, like, if you know where the monster is, and where it spawns, then I would consider that part of hunting. Because, like, sure, the first couple times you run around aimlessly, whatever. After those first couple times, you're not running around aimlessly anymore. Because you know exactly where they spawn. I would hope, if you're, you know, a smart player. So, I don't know. I get what he's saying, though. Like, they didn't really do much to expand on, like, the tracking aspect of hunting. I think what people don't understand, though, is part of hunting is the killing, and also just having an understanding of the animal and to kill it efficiently. So to say that the combat isn't part of the hunting, I don't think is totally fair. That's just my opinion. I think I have translate to English on. I need to turn that off.
The only exception, you might say, is Psycho Serum, which you do have to go out of your way to craft, so that element of preparation does come back, but again, not much more than you just taking paintballs with you. One extremely painful mechanical absence here is the advantage of ecological knowledge. Monster Hunter is a series that loves to dabble in speculative zoology and ecology, with books full of lore and fantasy biology. With such a strong groundwork, one would think that the game's ecology would play into the process of tracking and finding monsters. After all, knowing how certain animal species behave and what their preferences regarding food and shelter are is a big aspect of many hunting cultures. But no, this part was never really utilized in the old games. This is a part of a larger problem with Monster Hunter, namely that the series never seems all that interested in actually communicating its lore, mechanics, or really anything to the player. So as a result, many of the ecological intricacies of these beasts remain unknown to most players. But even if the game told you about them, it wouldn't do you any good, because the games do not actually tie these in with the hunting aspect of the quests. There's very little correlation between a monster's ecology and its spawn and behavior outside of combat. They generally just cycle between a few predetermined areas until the player finds them. And what those areas are isn't something you can figure out within...
I would say Monster 3 tried. Monster 3 absolutely tried, and I think that the dynamics between different monsters are there. They're prevalent, and the behaviors are there. But in every other game, except for, like, World, then yeah, I'll agree on that.
In the game. Across the entire franchise, most quests have their own preset spawn locations for the target monster, which do not necessarily coincide with those of other quests. Sure, certain monsters have a general range of where they can spawn across all quests, but it isn't something that's regular enough for you to figure out. Because of this lack of regularity, and the fact that most monsters in the old games can appear in multiple maps, thus making it hard to determine what area is theirs, knowing about these creatures does not actually help you in hunting them, which is a shame. Now this is how it was in the old games, but as you surely know, Monster Hunter World happened. As maybe the biggest paradigm shift the series has ever experienced, World shook up the formula of pretty much everything in the series, including how the hunt before the fight is structured. Meet the Scout Flies, a domesticated particle effect that will direct the player towards monsters and the newly introduced monster tracks. When entering a quest, the Scout Flies will fly towards and highlight the nearest tracks. When collected, they will begin filling a progress bar specific to the monster the tracks are from, and then guide the player to the next tracks.
Yeah.
Repeated often enough, this bar will eventually fill and cause the Scout Flies to lead the player directly to the monster itself, while also highlighting it on the map. Further progress on the bar through collecting additional tracks past this point will then enable the map to display more information about the monster, such as whether it is hungry or close to death. Outside of quests, the game adds the Ecological Research Library, where the tracks that are collected out on the field level up the research level for each individual monster. The research level determines how many tracks the Scout Flies need before they display the monster on the map. At higher levels, they will do so immediately without any tracks required. Additionally, leveling a monster's research reveals more and more information about them in the Hunter's Notes, the in-game compendium on the various creatures you fight. Moreover, because the monsters in this game only have 1 or 2 maps each in which they can spawn, the places they inhabit are much more tailor-made for them, making it more feasible for the player to make assumptions about habitat and locations. It is actually quite common for monsters in Monster Hunter World to have bespoke zones of the maps dedicated to them, such as the hot caves in the Hoarfrost Reach being specific to the Viper Tobi Kadachi. On paper, this is a fantastic iteration of what was until now a very bare-bones part of the game. World's hunting mechanics emphasize experience and gain knowledge, as well as making the actual hunt a more involved process as you go from track to track. It even finally incorporates a monster lexicon into this mechanic. Unfortunately, this system is, like many mechanics introduced in World, extremely invasive to the gameplay and generally just poorly communicated. For one, the Scout Flies present a constant visual clutter that fills up the screen constantly. World isn't the most visually readable game due to its focus on photorealism. Kushala's wind is almost invisible at times, for example, and the Scout Flies completely overwhelm the screen at any given time only compounds this issue. It makes it incredibly hard to figure out what you're even looking at when your screen is just filled with these green particles. Not to mention that the Scout Flies periodically yank your camera around and break your character's neck, causing you to feel like you're wrestling for control. But moreover, while this system seems like it emphasizes studying a monster for better success at tracking, it actually doesn't. You, the player, never actually get better at finding monsters, your GPS does. The knowledge you collect on monsters doesn't matter.
That's
because
true.
finding them is
That's
not actually a
really,
meticulous
really
process
true.
reliant on said knowledge, but simply a game of mindlessly following the pretty After Effects particle layer. This becomes especially apparent if you mod out the scout flies. The knowledge in your hunter's notes that you gain through leveling your research is actually completely useless in tracking and finding a monster, and monster tracks are both hard to see without scout flies and placed so randomly that finding them wouldn't help you to track the monster anyway. So in actuality, the game doesn't expand on the hunting aspect at all. It simply invents a bunch of additional factors and bureaucracy to feign depth, but then ultimately resolves them almost immediately with no player interaction or experience. The biggest impact scout flies have is being annoying in the movement and confusing in the long term. As the
You
presence
can
of two
turn off the yanking in the settings.
part,
That's
one
something
within
you
quests
can
and one
do.
outside of them, makes the system more confusing than it really needs to be. But in general, the scout flies just feel like they are constantly bearing over you. They are constantly around, filling up your screen and guiding your actions. And it makes it feel like you're not playing the game, you are just there watching the scout flies play most of it for you. So, Monster Hunter World's approach to simulating hunting can be summed up as well-meaning, but ultimately more overbearing and annoying than it needs to be, only to achieve fairly meager results. Now we must ask, how did Monster Hunter Rise, the newest entry of the series, iterate on this?
They just didn't care.
It didn't. Monster Hunter Rise does not engage with the idea of a hunting system at all, and instead chose to get rid of the process of finding monsters altogether. In Rise, all monsters are immediately and permanently visible on the map, the only exceptions being Chameleos and Lucid Nargacuga when they go invisible. Even monsters you haven't met yet have their position always displayed, just as a question mark instead of a usual icon. The in-game excuse for it is the Kahoot, an owl companion who literally focuses on just getting into the fight as quickly and as stylishly as possible. Saying they didn't improve it, they just removed it, may sound like a negative, and to some it certainly is, but I don't think it has to be. As we have illustrated, the time in between combat when a monster has to be found has rarely been utilized well in these games, meandering between
But it
tedium and
can be
frustration.
used. Okay, the issue is like I think that we just haven't had an experience where it has been utilized well, and I think that we are waiting for an experience for it to be utilized well. And I think that World was in a step in the right direction. I think that the old okay, so what's really important is the idea of baiting out a monster, which we did see in the original development concepts of Monster Hunter World, that they wanted to bait out monsters. If you could use a monster to bait out another monster, you could use Anjanath to bait out Lagiacrus. That is, I think that is closer to the sort of the hunting simulation that we are looking for. So I'm hoping that Monster 6 does something like that. But otherwise, like, yeah, he's pretty much right. I don't really like this focus on like the tracking the monster is the end all of what hunting is and the combat isn't, because I think that they're understanding the animal and understanding how to neutralize the animal is still hunting, but it's
So
fine.
perhaps the ultimate solution really is to just stop dancing around the bush and pull the trigger on the idea of hunting, and instead focus on what is already the series' core appeal, the excellent gameplay loop of fighting and crafting. I don't want to be satisfied with that though. There is real potential here, and it'd be kind of a shame to just stop trying to live up to half of the game's title. Now, as a layman with many attempted but no published game under his belt, it really isn't my place to tell experienced and accomplished devs how to do their job.
Yeah,
But
this is
alas,
why I don't
have
make video
ideas and I
essays
wanna talk about
anymore.
them. In order for this to not be too frivolous, I will limit myself to not suggesting any entirely new game systems or programming milestones. We will simply repurpose and recycle mechanics that have existed in the franchise, and it has proven to be possible. So, first of all, we need to just bite the bullet and properly commit to making the system information-based. The franchise's early insistence on never giving you any info on anything was rarely ever a good thing, and I think it's time we squarely move away from it. We do this by expanding the hunter's nodes with 2 new elements, a section for locales, and then for each monster a subsection on habitat and lifestyle.
Same, bro.
On
We
the locale
complain
pages,
because we know
add
we
some flavor
can't
text
be
that gives
better.
some general lore about the area, but also include descriptions of its various landmarks and zones. Just to make it more digestible, all text that relates to gameplay should be highlighted in a different color, something that Rise already does. So for example, the Frost Islands page would describe the caves in the far north and the south of the area. Then, in each monster's habitat section, you add in descriptions of what sort of environments it prefers. For example, that Kezu likes to dwell in caves. You could even expand this and add some flavor text about their behavior outside of battle, like saying that Kezu prefers humid areas when it must venture outside of its caves.
Yeah, this is
way,
a wonderful
by cross-referencing
idea.
information between these 2 pages, the player gains a solid understanding of where to look, while still being encouraged to take in their surroundings themselves, instead of blindly following some trapcode particular. Now, should all of this information be available to the player from the very start? I don't think so. While they should eventually have access to all of it, obviously, having
I think
first-time
they
hunters
should.
know all about the enemy immediately would feel unearned and also a little overwhelming.
Well, okay, well, like anything that's mechanical, that yeah, the player should not have. But when it comes to like ecology, I think the player should.
Needs to be drip-fed, unlocked through gameplay, and that is why we will repurpose World's research library. The idea of gradually unlocking a monster's info page as you fight it repeatedly is an excellent one, so let's keep that. In addition to weaknesses and loot tables, however, leveling a monster's research would also reveal its habitat and behavior section, maybe paragraph by paragraph, with each subsequent unlock giving more specific and advanced information. You could even include advanced battle tips with the system, but at that point
game
we are
took this
redesigning
to
more
the
than just hunting, so
extreme.
let's just move
Tunic.
on.
I love
The
Tunic.
most
Oh, I
crucial
haven't
decision
played
would be
Tunic.
what to show on the map, as this is where all previous entries have either struggled or given up. I think a lot of the difficulty with this comes from how showing a monster on a map is tied to its icon, be it its actual in-game drawing or a simple pink paintball. The problem with these depictions is that they are a strict binary. You can either show the monster's exact location, or you can show nothing. This all-or-nothing approach doesn't fit the notion of incremental information gathering, so we need something a little more nuanced. What we need is this. This, dear
Yes.
viewer, is a unique map screen used a single time in Monster Hunter World, namely in its first main quest, where this red blob shows the approximate location of the quest target. This image is also the reason this video exists. You see, the series' struggle with the hunt for monsters is especially frustrating.
That's what we
because
should
the solution
have.
already
That's what
exists.
I was
This
pitching.
right
That's
here
one of
is
my
the golden
ideas.
ticket, but instead of taking advantage of it, it was used a single time and then scrapped. I will bet good money that you don't remember this screen either. This possible solution of showing monsters on the map is to use heat maps. By using colored auras around the map, the game could communicate approximate locations of monsters or even of monster tracks without just creating a binary quest marker. A player may see their map colored in with potential areas where tracks and or monsters may be found.
There
and
you
each
go.
subsequent track would decrease the size of the aura, making it more and more precise. We can then combine this with our repurposed research library. Gathering tracks and killing monsters would level up your research level, and the higher the research level for a specific monster, the smaller and more precise the heat map auras will be at the start of a hunt, therefore less running around required. This would not completely eliminate the aspect of hunting in late game, but it would still make it easier the more monsters you've hunted. So, with all of these new systems in place, here is a sort of mock-up quest to illustrate how it could all work together. You, a new player, get a quest for a Kazu in the Frost Islands. You have never fought this monster before. The quest text mentions that the Kazu love hanging out in caves. As you enter the map, you notice a cave near the camp you spawned in. No Kazu there, but instead, a footprint. You collect it, and immediately your map alights with a heat map, showing the approximate locations of either the monster or more tracks. As you make your way across the area, you pick up more footprints and other monster-specific tracks, each time shrinking the heat map until it only highlights a small area in the north. As you venture there, you notice a cave entrance, and your neurons fire. Bingo.
Yeah.
After a tough fight, you return to the village and see your research level for the Kazu grow, because you collected tracks, and because you now have killed your first Kazu. Now, next time you enter a quest, you won't have to first find a track to get a heat map, you'll have one by default. Additionally, you now have ecological info on the Kazu, telling you about its habit of stalking Baggy and Roggy where it finds them. Again, your neurons fire, and you
Okay.
remember that in the northern area,
That's pretty
outside
much
cave
the
entrance,
gist of the
there are
video,
bandits hanging
yeah?
around. Monster Hunter is a series that always flirts with the identity of a generic action game, but pulls itself back through unique mechanics and quirks that set it apart.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, modern Monster Hunter puts combat front and center. And while having to use your head and figure out the monster's location based on information both provided and gathered is a cool and immersive experience the first time, by the 70th time, it loses its magic and becomes tedious. This is doubly true for Monster Hunter because of its main gameplay loop being entirely dependent on repeating content. Thus, even the system I was so proud of would eventually have to transition into just showing the player an icon on the map at max research level. Because let's be real, no one who has reached master rank wants to spend their time doing academic research on Rathian Snot. Well, I do, but I'm weird. But is this...
I do too.
I mean, if adding a hunting system that emphasizes...
I think I get the vibe. I think I get the vibe. And he makes some really, really great points. I like it. I agree. That was a good video. And I finished eating. I didn't really have much to say, though, because I pretty much ended up just, like, agreeing with it. Yeah. He makes wonderful, wonderful points. I need to turn on the sound for Citra again, though. There we go. I hope the volume is still good. Opinions on Rise giving the player hard info numbers, hit zones, and drop rates specifically. I think it's fine because otherwise you would be searching it up. And it's whatever. The game is so focused on combat alone that, like, I really don't... It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. I play the game casually anyway, so I don't even check those things. It doesn't matter to me. Melding pot. Extra talismans. Yeah. It's a little creature. It's a little man. Meld items. Oh, I can just get sacks? Oh! Huh. I did not know this was a feature in the game. Or maybe I did and I just forgot about it. That's awesome. Cool. Okay. And talismans. There's a couple of these I could probably... And sleep. I'm looking into play a modern Monster Hunter game. Should I get Rise or World? I would say World. But that would make it so I would have to track them down, some sort of strange hunting tracking down prey. This is Tokiden, sir. Get Frontier. No. I love Cathar, second only to Nighttime Moga, which wasn't in 3U. Sad. Mulling's awesome, good all through the game. It's my way to get pale dash extracts. Plus, nice to reroll your useless talismans. Exactly. Flame Aura? Yeah, I'm not going to use that. Combo Plus? Yeah, probably never going to use speed setup. Does he have a frog on his head? That's cute. What do we have here? Traveler tours? How the heck did you get up here? That's a great question. Village of the Crying Wind. Crying Wind. Thanks, old one. I'll take you up on that kind offer. Well, I hate to jump right back into the hard questions, but have you ever laid eyes on the article before? Ye gods and monsters. Where'd you get that, young un? Speak up. So you know what it is. It's stupendous. Let's just say it fell into my hands. Now finish your dang sentences and let me tell me what it is, please. It's a bad omen. It is what it is. It spells nothing but trouble for me and the other villagers. Way back before time was time, there was a terrible calamity at Heaven's Mount. Monsters lost their minds, they went berserkers and started tearing everything inside apart. Nobody knows why. Soon Heaven's Mount was no better than a field of corpses and carcasses. The history books, if you'll believe them, describified the entire affair as the winds of evility consuming the mount. I say it's all one big fairy tale, but people have their superstitions. That article of yours comes from the site of the calamity, where the winds of evility struck. Evility? This man is just making up words. Ever since the place has been known as the sanctuary, no one's allowed inside no more. Land protected by the sigil. Let's get one thing clear. You keep the article thing under your hat, you hear? Let's do the rounds and see what other info turns up. I'm pretty sure I've always just skipped that dialogue, so I'm glad I didn't this time. Took a while, but I have a quest for you that's different. What's on your mind? You look stressed out. Maybe my quest will take your mind off of it. It's called Advance Odd Ape Out. This one looks like a tough one. You need to hunt it to Congalala. The guild sent along some unnerving fine prints. Congalala does not exhibit normal behavior. Sounds interesting. So I love this, where it's like you're taken to a map that you've never been before, and it has a new mechanic that you've never dealt with before. It's cool. I should switch my weapon. Interested in multiplying your items in the new market? Dondorma market. Any thanks. Nice. So I want to choose a fire weapon. I think Congalala is weak to fire, right? I think so. I think so. Whoa. I need to make some armor for my cats. Evility means the degree that something is evil. I figured that, but the guy is funny. Lance only run or scared? Lance only run. Could use Lance. I'm better at Charge Blade. I did not select the quest. One. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff here. Melding's awesome. Go through. Yeah. The worst feeling is getting a tally you thought was useless, but actually used in a set. It deletes the set. With how ridiculous much you're getting, just get a Pokemon for a flagship. Doubt anyone will notice. That's true. I think they should just go back to make them Apexes instead of an Elder Dragon eating spiky Edgelord to blast stupid AoEs. Yeah. I'm okay if the Elder Dragon's like Kashela Diora, or if it's like really narrative focused like Gormagala. Nergigante is fine. Falcona's a little bit silly. Yay, more honey. Looks like a very DPS focused kind of weapon. I don't know. I think it's more about heavy hitting. I guess it depends on which game you're playing. In 4, I would say it's definitely more of a heavy hitter. It's all about getting the SAED. Oh no! Congalala! Damn. He's mad. Oh look, it's the jungle theme! This is the jungle theme from Frontier. Love that. What the doodle? Is it just me or does something seem very wrong with that Congalala? Bitch, didn't you sign me up for the— whatever. Congalala took a sip of the lean of evil. 23 minutes, no Zaza. God damn. Evade lands is crazy in base 4. Evade 4 times. Evade 3 made— what am I saying? Evade 3 made the entire 3 back hop sidesteps chain have iframes. Fixed them for you, but man, did it feel good in 4. I never actually played base 4. What are you doing? Jump down here. Okay, alright. The moment I go up there, he's gonna— there's like a lot of like little slight balancing changes. Weapons were slightly different in base 4. Charge Blade was a little bit more balanced because it didn't have the SAED. Or you couldn't charge up the shield. Damn. So we were mentioning earlier monsters that should have been in Monster Hunter 3. I have a monster that should have been in Monster Hunter 4, and that's Blangunga. I think it was a mistake not having Blangunga and having Lagombi instead. Lagombi is not a good, like, mid-tier ice monster. Blangunga and the Blangos would be great in the... what was it called? What's the ice place called in this game? It's like the... Jeez, I don't even remember. Frozen Seaway. There we go. Thank you. It's already almost dead? Bruh. Where is he? Hello. There we go. Oh, I got 70 votes on that thing? Oh my goodness. It says, which Monster 6 should, what should the feature be in Monster 6? And it seems to be the underwater is won the poll after 70 votes. Survival mechanics is at 26%. It's pretty even split though. 26 for survival mechanics, 24 for single giant open world map, and 20% for a complete return to form. So, interesting. People really want that underwater combat. I know underwater combat's not coming. Like you said in that video, they should have just improved underwater instead of just getting rid of it. Yeah, that goes for literally all the features that they added into the game. Capcom will keep adding a new gimmick. It's not coming back ever. Which is sad, but understandable. Because if they tried to do underwater combat again, the game would suffer like Base Tri did, and it would be so much development time, and just... Heat resistant +8? I guess. I don't use any other weapon. I'm not going to bother using other weapons. Expecting a fully open world game for a Monster is like expecting Frogger to win Game of the Year. I think it's eventually going to happen. I think it's going to happen. I think that's a higher chance than... Oh no, what's happening? Gormagala. Oh, he's cracking open. Again, I would only want a Monster 3U port if they actually added in monsters from that, like, other, like, I want them to add new monsters. Like, I don't want it to just be a port. Like, please, for the love of all that is good, add some more Elder Dragons to that game, because Monster 3 desperately needs them. Wants answers, but the frenzied monsters is frustrated they can't just go find them. Don't be surprised if he ups and vanishes all of a sudden. This is like some bird you scared away. It's just how he is. Elder wants you to investigate? Absolutely. A Zinogre, a Celtis Queen, and a Rathalos. Peerless Hunter, a weighty Empress, and the King of the Skies. Wow! All a walk in the park. Remobra? Hell yeah, let's do that. Yeah, what we need is more Freedom Unite monsters in 3 Ultimate. That's like just add Kirin, Rajang, Teostra, and Kashella. Add those 4 to 3 Ultimate, and I'll gladly say it's my favorite game of all time. That's the only thing that's holding it back. Is the roster. It deserved a few more Freedom Unite monsters. Just a few more. They go open world approach. I'd rather they handle it the Pokemon Legends Arceus did with its world, by having large open world-esque areas but still being distinct separate maps. Maybe. I think that's probably what they're gonna do. That's the kind of vibe they'll probably do next, before it ever goes. Like, I think that we're still, like, on a path towards open world, like, fully open world, and I don't think Monster 6 will be, maybe 7. But, we'll see. Kezu would have been funny, and like a Giganox Kezu hunting quest thing could have worked. My only thing with Kezu is well, I think it was just my issue with there's just a small issue with Monster 3 in general, is there just isn't enough cave areas. Yeah, the Tundra has a good chunk of caves, but we don't really have many caves outside of that. We've got like the one cave area, Deserted Island, which is too small for monsters. You've got the one like really dingy cave in the Sandy Plains, also not good for monsters. The Flooded Forest has that one little cave area, but you're not going to find Kezu in there. I'm not going to say Monster 3 needed another map. I definitely won't say that. I think the map selection is pretty good. I think that Kezu doesn't quite fit Monster 3, just because there isn't enough like swamp caves for Kezu to be in. Kezu isn't just an ice monster. He's also like a swamp monster. I think Giganox also just kind of deserves that too, but I don't know. Luck of the draw, I guess. Again, the ones that I chose, which are Teostra, Kashella, Rajang, and Kirin, are all monsters that have different movesets than the rest of the roster, and also, I think, would translate well and be balanced into the game in terms of like the weapons that they give you. Oh yeah. If we're talking 3 Ultimate, if it was to base 3, I think Plesioth is another one that needed to be added into base 3. But hello Jacob, ready for some DPS boss fights? Haha, love your video about DOS. Oh, thank you. Yep. I mean, Monster Hunter is all about DPS boss fights, so I better be ready for it. Whoa, why did the game chug for a second and then the thing disappeared? Did something spawn? Something might have spawned. I don't know. Plesioth is only in 3 Ultimate. He's not in base try, and that was it's a crying shame. Similarly with no, Monster Hunter 4 has a pretty good roster. There's no real changes I'd want to make to it. Just like with like the map selection and everything, I think that like again like Blangunga instead of Lagombi is the one change I would make. Because I don't even really think like Chameleos really fits 4 Ultimate. Like I'm glad he's in it. Glad they put him in, but I don't think he really fits. Chameleos is definitely meant for like very foresty areas, and 4 Ultimate doesn't really have that. Maybe the Everwood. Everwood's fine. Goodbye, Fabled. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Like, I also, like, I love Nargacuga, but I also think that Nargacuga doesn't need to be in 4. It's weird, like, Monster 4 Ultimate's the only game where I'm like, yeah, the roster's pretty good. Except it probably could use Blangunga. Like, I would say, like, maybe Shogun Senator. Oh, hello! Hello! Yeah, Shogun Centaur does not need to be in 4. Diamo Hermitar could also be in... maybe not. It's like, maybe Diamo Hermitar could be in Monster Hunter 3. Like, he could be in the Deserted Island and, like, the Flooded Forest and the Sandy Plains, like, for sure. But... so, kind of like his inclusion in Rise. But it's just, like, we already have the Royal Uteroth as, like, the starting water monster, and I don't think we need another water monster, except for, like, Plesioth. So we need, like a more late-game water monster, and that would be Plesioth. About to do my first guild quest. Wish me luck. Shagru for some reason. Oh, damn. Yeah, good luck with that. Miss Narga having a super stretchy tail. It was the only thing in Freedom Unite where some moves made it, like, double length. Yeah, I remember that. It's cute. Oh, oops. Forgot sliding isn't in this game. I tried to do an attack thinking I would slide like Monster Hunter 4. What do you want the next flagship to be? Jeez, I would like a Leviathan. But I don't count on it. A Flying Wyvern or a Elder Dragon is most likely. Unless they do Brute Wyvern again, which would be neat. But I almost, like, I'll be honest, I kind of want the cover of the next game to just have Rathalos on it. Like, I don't want there to be a new flagship. If it's going to be another anniversary title, they should just bring back all the old flagships. Well, you gotta think about, wait, are you using a Fire File Charge Blade? Well, I didn't expect the Rathalos to spawn on the map. It's kind of a surprise. Wyvern tier. If they do like a bug or a crab flagship, I just don't think it would look very good on a shelf. Like, so the reason why they do the flagships is because, like, it's meant to be like the key box art and like the key art for the game to sell the game. And the stuff that's gonna sell the best is like a dinosaur or a dragon on the cover. A big bug is not gonna really sell the game, unfortunately, as well as like a dinosaur or a dragon would. And I know there's going to be a few people that are like, well, it would sell the game to me. But it's like, you're already a Monster Hunter fan. It's been an hour. What have I missed? Not much. I ate some food. I watched a video by a Monster Hunter video essayist. And now we're hunting Rathalos. Not because it was the quest, but because he just spawned, and I felt like it. I would love a new crab monster. I desperately want a new crab monster. MH4U cover is pretty mid. But the Gormagala one? Yeah, it's not exactly the best. The Japanese one is a lot better. Buy the 3DS games before the eShop closes. Monster 4U is $3 right now. Yeah. Love 3U's cover of Azure Rathalos. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty clean. Yeah, I want just Rathalos on the cover of the next one, and I don't need a new flagship. I want new monsters for sure. A new crab monster is like, please, just please give me a new crab monster. There's a really cool crab monster in the concept books that has like a cactus on his back. I want that. I want that so bad. Yeah, anytime you guys hear that Windows sound, like the little doo-doo-doo, it's my controller disconnecting. It's very annoying. GU box art goes insanely hard, probably the best cover in the series. It's pretty crazy. Two more Remobra. Oh, he hunted. I guess doing that, the SAED does like nothing, right? Because it's elemental. Those probably literally do 0. So I'm probably better off using the physical attacks. What if the Panther Dragon was the next flagship? Well, obviously, if the Panther Dragon's the next flagship, I'm gonna be creaming, dude. I want the Panther Dragon so bad. A small little dude. I would love a flagship that's like that's just like a small, simple little dragon. Like not like a cute little like jaguar guy. Like it doesn't need to be Magna Mallow, big buff samurai fart tiger. Like it could just literally just be like little dude. Not a giant, huge monster, but like a... Yeah. That'd be cool. Narga's basically a panther dragon, right? He's got a beak, blade wings. I think he is the weird... I don't know, the more I think, the weirder Narga gets. Yeah, Narga is definitely his own, like its own kind of unique creature. They added Valhazak after all this time. That is true. There's a lot of old concept monsters that found their way into like World and 4 Ultimate. When I think about it, did they remove the beak in World? No, they did not remove the beak in World. Nargacuga still has a beak in World. Did they ever try to have 2 flagships cover monsters yet? They did in a Frontier game, but not in the mainline or portable series, no. Monster 2 DOS questing formula plus Monster World guiding lands equals Monster 6. Please, please, please. Yes, I'll pay double. I'll pay double the price of a video game. $120? $150. Whatever it takes. Well, hi, Romobra. Let me do this. You little screwball flying snake. Oh, Remobra also should have been in Monster Hunter Tri. There's no reason why Remobra weren't in Monster Hunter Tri. Remobra should have also been in Monster Hunter World. The other ones that they had... What is my character doing? There we go. We're good. GU if you count the back of the box. Yeah, there was a Frontier expansion that came with where the flagship was like those two monkeys that was like red and blue. Completely ridiculous monster. It just made no sense. It didn't make any sense biologically or ecologically. It was definitely just Frontier being Frontier. What do I get here? Dragon... You can just get Dragon Toadstools here? We weren't in Try because there's no Elder Dragons for them to follow. See you around, Jacob. Pretty good stream. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate everyone who stops by. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Base Try had Electron and Gen and Cedius. Rusted Greatsword. Maybe I'll take that. I'm telling you, Kashella and Teostra should have been in Try. Rathalos webbing. Okay. Urgent quest. Yangaruga? I'll get on that later. I want to hunt Celtis. Another Rathalos. Let's do Celtis. May your critical hits be blazing. Cedius is one of the most aesthetic monsters. For sure, for sure. Base Try Electron was torture if you didn't just cluster bomb him. Should be easy. Try locked heavily in roster, but most, if not all, were new, which is an upside. Yep. Still, Teostra, Kashella, Kieran, and Rajang should have been in Try. check something quick. We're good. What area does he spawn? Is it area 6? Celta spawns area 6? Or is it 5? It's 5. I think Celta spawns in area 6, but you fight. Yes. I gotta build Celtis. Like Celtis Queen. I have Celtis built out of Lego. That one's been done for a while. I need Celtis Queen though. Go. Celtis def gets pegged. Celtis definitely gets pegged. Oh my god. I'm trying to say preg. There we go. I meant to mount the Celtis Queen, but you think Gore versus Rathalos fight in the shopping mall will be in Monster Movie 2? I hope so. I hope there's a Monster Movie 2. I thought the movie was fine. Like, yeah, it's really weird. It's definitely, like, not a lot like Monster Hunter. But I think, like, the guy knew what he wanted to make, and I think that he probably was very happy with the final thing that he did make. And I think that, like, with the budget provided and the actors, it's fine. Again, it's very different from what Monster Hunter is. I think the movie is fine. Oh, crap. Playing for you, of course. Now we're playing Monster Hunter 6. Maybe I should play Frontier next time. Oh, right, no, I have to figure out my controller. I've had an issue with my controller in Frontier. My sister knew nothing about Monster Hunter and still hated it. Well, I don't know anything about your sister, but I'm going to tell you right now, the Monster movie is it was definitely not meant for, like, women in general. So... Again, I'm not saying it was, like, my favorite movie of all time, but I don't think it's as criminal as people say it is. You definitely keep up the clickbait thumbnail for your streams, yeah? Did you guys like the last one where it was just Jim Carrey? Bad idea. Do one with Asuka? Oh god. Comparing Monster Hunter to Evangelion. Gone wrong. VR Monster 6. The poor Celtis. Is your wife hurting you? Domestic violence. Funny story. I went to a sandwich shop today because my Uber driver was like, "Yo, there's a sandwich shop like right next to where you live." He's like, "Have you been to it?" And he showed it to me, and I'm like, "No, I haven't been to this sandwich shop before. I didn't even know there was a sandwich shop here." It's like, to me, I'm like, I'm just trying to like make the conversation, like I don't really care. He's like, no, dude. This is the best sandwiches in the city. The best sandwiches in the city. Like that you have to go there. And I'm like, okay, I'll go to the best sandwich shop in the city. And so I went there today, this morning. I went there. Oh, I killed the Celtis. Oh jeez, let me just close my window. I went to the sandwich shop, right? And the owner there, he was super chill, super nice. And he looks at me and he's like, "Are you a Gemini?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Yeah?" And he's like, "Women are just gonna walk all over you and control you your whole life. You have to be careful." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." And I'm like, oh, damn. And I when I saw the Celtis being like that, I'm like, oh man, the Celtis must be a Gemini. Is Meowscular Chef there? No. Which angel would fit best in Monster Hunter? Probably the third angel from the rebuilds. Frick, what's the... Is it Gagiel? Jagiel? The swimming one in Asuka Strikes. I don't know what number that is. That one maybe. Astrology nerds try not to be intrusive challenge. I grew up with my sister who's like super big on astrology, so like she's already told me all these things, the exact same things. Sorry man, but underwater combat's not coming back. Gagiel. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Check what's happening on my Discord. Oh, like nothing. Everyone's not. I wanted to see if there's any urgent messages that people are like, Jacob! Jacob! You forgot about this, or you're doing this! Sometimes it happens. Calico's level 14. Well, again, like okay, the reason why like I have like credence to like astrology is the fact that like the guy knew what my sign was just from looking at me. Like it wasn't even like immediately he was like, "Are you Gemini?" And I'm like, "Yep." My sister's able to do it too. She can just look at people and she knows. And I'm like, "How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do that? How do you actually do that?" And she's like, "You just have to learn." I don't know. There's like a science to it or something. Still no power charm, armor charm. Jacob, a Devil Joe appeared. A Devil Joe appeared? Was there a Devil Joe in the last quest? That's impossible. It was... Is it behind me? Zinogre? Making fun of the Discord. No, let's put on an ice weapon, and let's do Zinogre and Rethlos. Alright. As long as Monster 6 doesn't have that horrible progression farming flow the Monster World and Rise had, I'll be happy. Yeah, I want Monster 3 and 4's progression system. It's definitely preferred. Zinogre! He is piss easy in this game. Stupid easy. Stygian Zinogre is difficult. He is definitely much more difficult. We have more votes. We had another 18 votes since I last checked. What is the... Why won't it let me click on it? Whatever. It won't let me click on it, but... I'm sure Underwater Combat's still in the lead. I know that's what everyone wants. Fun fact, in 3 before Savage Joe was released, Kirpeko had a 1% chance of summoning him in a base game G-rank quest. The reports of weird-looking Joes on GameFAQs and people making fun of them. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Oh, is Zinogre gonna be on the top of the mountain? Oh. Hello. Oh, damn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, so cool. Woohoo! Love Zinogre. Oh! I love his color in this game too. I like how it's like blue. Oh. It's definitely more turquoise in like Portable Third and like Rise. Don't charge up. Don't charge up. Good. Joe will eat his own tail in MH6. There's going to be a joke about it. Joe is absolutely going to be in MH6. Zinogre is also really small in this game. Really small. Oh, my sharpness has really gone down. Preferred his concept art where he looked much more theropod in nature and had a much thicker skull. Yeah. I am not really a fan. Like, I think Devil Joe is a cool concept. I just don't really like his jaw very much. Because, he's supposed to be like this thing that just, like, eats everything. But his mouth is not really meant for killing at all. I don't know. I just don't know if I believe it, but... Oh, come on. Think V-Rex from King Kong. Yeah, that's the kind of vibe I would prefer for Devil Joe. And I kind of hope that there is a new theropod monster in Monster 6 that's sort of... I mean, I would like kind of maybe like a Spino-inspired theropod. That'd be cool. Or just a new theropod in general that maybe takes influence from other animals in general, or just like any animal, really. You take a theropod, but then you put like the head of like a... Hell, I don't know. Banbara was like a theropod with the head of like a horned mammal. That was cool. Yeah, maybe like a Baryonyx or Spino inspired one would be cool too. And again, a new crab. We need a new crab so bad. Oh my goodness. Sharpness on this weapon is really bad, so I'm just going to sharpen it before we even go in there. Don't move. Don't move. Perfect. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, it's easy. Zinogre is so easy. Who's eating? What is he? Oh, there's like a Kelby there. Thoughts on Monster Hunter prequel exploring the ancient civilization? I don't think it's necessary. I'd love a game that focuses around exploring like the ancient civilization. Like you explore like a tower and then they're like trying to like figure out what does it all mean, but in the end they're like, oh, we don't know what it all means. Maybe we'll never know. Something like that. Oh no, there's White Fatalis. Just failed Fulgur Anjanath because I'm bad at the game? Oh no, he's tough. I would say he's definitely much tougher than regular Anjanath. Really like how Zinogre made Challenger less useful. It only gets only ever gets enraged when powered up, and you can knock him out of it. They really mixed up my armor sets. Oh, that's true. Oh, there's a shiny here. What is from what? Oh, it's probably from Cat. Orbital Third, Zinogre had a cooler death animation powered up. He depowered when he fell, versus here he instantly depowers. I would need a side-by-side comparison. I'm sure someone's probably made that, right? And if not, maybe I need to be the first. Juicy proposition. New monster parts. Uncorner the market. I still need a Rathalos webbing, yeah. Celtis Queen extract? That is not the quest receptionist, that is the Panchito. There's a few small details of returning monsters in Portable Third are missing, like Amatsu's second phase OST starting instantly versus in Portable Third, where there was a pause that only stopped until he was done. Roaring. Oh, okay, that's cool. Rathalos and Zinogre? On corner of the market. Love these quests. There's a lot that we could do, like, I mean, that we could get from Monster Hunter 6. I'm excited for anything. Whatever they throw at us, give it to me. I know it's going to be better than Rise. I know that they're going to learn from all their mistakes. I think with Sunbreak, they kind of just doubled down and were like, well, okay, well, we, you know... It's clear that our game is, like, weird and the damage output is so ridiculously high. But I think it was just meant to be silly anyway. So... Oh, there's still some Mountain Dew in this can. Nice. Matsu no longer does his unique wobbly roar when rising into the sky, and his sky beam said they just loop his bass roar 3 times. It's weird. Oh. I'm learning new things. Are you going to play World tonight, or are you going to stick with 4U? That is a good question. I don't know. Should I switch to World? What do you guys want? Do you guys want me to switch? Or do you like me sticking to 4U? What's the game that you guys would like me to play? Out of all the Monster Hunter titles, which is like preferred? Stick with 4U? Where are the leaked footage? I had it earlier. Also, hi, Meow. Play co-op? Yeah. I'm playing World right now so we could play together. Oh. That is true. When Lancer appears on the quest, the POV has a lively glow. On top right of their POV. Is that the best Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter 4? I find Monster Hunter 4 to be my favorite. It's my personal favorite. I think it's really well-rounded, well-balanced out. I think at least of the pre-5th gen games, it's probably... I could probably say it's objectively the best one. What if we played World together? Just kidding, unless... Dun, 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 dun. The Forest and Hills theme. Damn, he went down into the clouds. You still in low rank? I am still in low rank, Meow. What do you think Monster would be like if there was fall damage? I'm actually glad there isn't fall damage. I think that, like, overall it sort of like explains away a lot of the other nonsense in the game. Like the fact that the player is able to like survive getting bashed about and is able to like jump around with so much ease. It's almost like as if air in this world is slight. Oh, I'm gonna faint. Is this gonna be my first faint? Wow. Okay, look at that. Monster 4 most brutal quests for the late egg deliveries. They were, damn. Like the one where there's a brute T-Rex. There's a brute T-Rex and a regular T-Rex in like the final egg delivery quest. I thought it was just a regular T-Rex, like, and that was it. So I went on the quest and I was like, oh, it's just the regular T-Rex, and I hunted and killed it. And then I was carrying the egg, and then I was like, oh, and there's a brute T-Rex like way off on the other side of the map, and I'm like, oh, hello. I guess I guess there was two of them. Oh, jeez. Should I go for a mount? There we go. Yeah, I think that Monster 4 is just really well rounded. It's got a really good selection of monsters, a really good progression. The combat is very refined. Peak of like classic Monster Hunter, I think. I think that this game knew exactly what Monster Hunter was and was not afraid. And it wasn't very gimmicky either. Also, there's a lot you can do once you complete all the quests. There's lots of different endgame things that you can do. Oh, jeez. Am I gonna get clapped again? Oh my lord. No, 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 no. There we go. Cat, please heal me. This is a really bad idea. I should be healing. I like Grave Monster 4 some of the maps. The event chaos gore that's in this exact map UR is hell. Is that low rank Velocidrome set? Hell yeah. I didn't mean to take that. I'll take this. Man, Jacob got them Velocidrip. You know it. I love the low rank Velocidrome set. Roar gets me over here? Really? Okay. Lego Lao Shan Lung when? No. I'm not gonna do Lego Lao Shan Lung. Too big. Drip's so killer it got him carded. Drip's so killer it got him carded. That deer is gonna die. He's dead. They nerfed the Superman dive? I wouldn't know. I never use it in Rise. The game is so different now. Even in World, I don't really use it. I still have a... I do. Oh, my goodness. Oh my... Okay, cool. Yeah? Yeah, okay, okay. We be good, we're golden, we're all fine. I've not had to use Mega Potions at all. This whole game. Yeah, here we go. The Charge Blade beeping really messed with my brain. We were thinking it was the player ping one time. Really? Oh, he's almost done. He's had enough of the Velocidrip. Oh, there was a shiny drop here. Charge Blade in 4 was based that even I played it when I mostly only played Greatsword. Yeah, because it was based. There's a mod to make Charge Blade in World behave like it does in 4. So you can't do like Savage Axe and you can't power up your sword and all that, but the motion values are like how they were in 4, which makes Charge Blade pretty ridiculous. Thank you, Benabra. That. Okay. Manabra is a real one, absolutely. Oh, nope, nope, controller, nope. There we go. GU did Charge Blade dirty. I'm so glad they completely ignored any charges for it in all the sequels. Any changes? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what GU did with Charge Blade. That's a big reason why, like, I just don't like playing GU. Is like whenever I play it, I'm like, oh, Charge Blade's weird. Like, oh, what did they do to it? And then I'll usually end up playing Longsword, and then I'm like, oh. Then when I play Longsword in any game that's like post 3rd gen, I'm like, oh, the game's just easy mode. I mean, Charge Blade in this game is easy mode for sure, but... Don't like the GU heat gauge? I don't really like GU's combat. Oh, no, I could use... I could meld it and change it. Dude, my controller also disconnects a lot when I do fast motions. It's just the cable, because it's not Bluetooth. I could have it set up to Bluetooth, but it's a hassle. Like, whatever. Claim talismans. So what did I get? Water resistance. Okay, so they're like terrible. Alright. No sightings. Lady in the green's trying to get your attention. I think the next is Tigrex, right? It's Frenzy Tigrex? Remember base try longsword? They encourage you to do the full combo. It left a deep scar on the community, as longsword is still labeled as a weapon that trips people. Yeah. When I talked to my friends about my favorite game, Monster Hunter, they're like, "What is a Monster Hunter?" It's a dating simulator. It's a whole new breed of dating simulation. You get to do things that no other dating simulator allows. Are they smoking in the house again? Open up my window. This village OST is sending me. Oh, I know it. DS4 Windows does Bluetooth well. I'm using Switch controller. Just doing that disconnected my controller. I'm still stuck on Kezu's route. Any clue on what to do when she gets stuck in the washing machine? The guild has just issued a mission of the highest importance to every hunter. Okay, I'm a little excited. Are you ready? You get to hunt a Tigrex, the bane of every hunter. The unwritten page in my notebook, the monstrous hole in the Monsterpedia, that is my heart. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. According to the guildmaster, the guild will pile accolades upon the hunter who pulls the mission off. However, it calls for more caution than other hunts. Extreme caution. They wrote it in caps with 3 E's. I wonder what all the fuss is about. Well, until the boss gets back, I say we do our dangest. Dangest? Lead us by example, Doodle. Tigrex Terror. One corner of the market. I could do that too. I always wondered what a open world monster would be like, but I want underwater back more. Okay, so like, all right. I'm gonna show you guys right now. All right, my dream Monster Hunter game. I'm on YouTube, and then where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Why does my mouse disappear when I'm...
Research and discovery.
Oh my god! There we go, I got it back. Monster Hunter Try Intro. Alright? It's the upgraded to 1080? 60 FPS? Why would you upscale it to 60 FPS? No thanks. Okay. I think the playback speed is still, yeah, it's still set to like a stupid. Okay. See, when I think of open world Monster Hunter, I think of this, okay? Alright? Do you see it? See how big this is? Now imagine if you had a Palamute and you could roam around on this. Do you see the Great Jaggy here? There's one Great Jaggy. But then when they keep going, like, this is a really bad, this quality is terrible. Maybe I should have gone with the... You know, yeah, let's go with the upscaled one. Why not? Who cares? No. Let's go here, right? You see, there's another Great Jaggy here. And there's... Oh, look at them all! Look at all the animals! There's so many of them! Wouldn't that be so cool? And you can see Rathalos doing this? Imagine if all of this was explorable. And you could see this! Dude, it would be so cool if you could see a Rathalos holding an Aptonoff flying over you. You're like, oh, shit! Like, it's so cool! Imagine, okay, imagine you stand here, right? You stand on this cliff, and then, like, way off in the distance, you can explore all of that. You can go there. You can actually, like, walk all the way. Like, the whole deserted island. It's massive. And there's just hundreds of Aptonoth. You're telling me that wouldn't be cool? It would be amazing. It would be amazing. It would be awesome. So, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Tigers just gets weaker every game. And Monster for you, Freedom Unite, his angry mode charge would legit one-shot you if you had too much negative dragon resistance. Yeah, literally. I mean, the main issue of open world Monster Hunter is managing monster encounters. Imagine having to track 20 minutes of Rathalos just for him to not drop a plate. Well, at that point, you should just play Rise. I would hope that in a big open world Monster Hunter game, they would balance the game so that crazy drops, rare drops just wouldn't happen as much. I need cold air. Come on. They need to stop smoking in the house. I have such a bad headache. Uncorner the market. Honestly, I think that they would balance it. They would find a way to balance it and make it work. You'd probably have a Palamute, or you'd be able to, like, ride on top of a Jagras or something. You'd probably be able to, like, have, like, a hang glider or something that allows you to, like, fly. Tracking monsters would probably be redone in a way, hopefully. I don't know. Why is my controller doing this? Let's, I should honestly hunt Celtis again, because I need that Celtis Queen extract. Monster Sex should have Palamute, but no Wirebug, because you shouldn't have both, it's too OP. Yeah. Thank you, Reiki. Metal Gear Peace Walker directly copied Monster Hunter's mission-based game style, true, and adapted that for open-world maps in MGS5. I could see it work for a similar manner. Yeah. Yeah, literally, yeah. Is it better to do to capture Celtis Queen for Celtis Queen extract? Is that the... Monster encounters are already done in world map expeditions, are they? Aren't they? Yeah. Actually, like, a lot of Monster Hunter World, like, half of it is, like, you're encountering the monsters in... Royal God. Hey, that you could take your dog cat with you on 4-man quests. It made the game look like... Yeah. Dude. There's so many issues with Rise. It was a good experiment. Let's just stick to that. It was a really, really fun experiment. No, not. I need tranquilizer. There we go. It's a 6% with capture. Okay. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of these, aren't I? I didn't mean to take that. Do you have any of the Bionicle Comic-Con exclusive masks? No. I do have the Legoland exclusive trans neon green Miru from 2001 or 2. So I have that. But I don't have like the Comic-Con exclusive like trans Tahu. What is happening outside? Do you guys hear that? You had to weigh the card percent too, and there's only 2 cap reward slots without skills versus 3 carbs. So is it better to... Oh my goodness. Yeah, so you guys hear the screaming? Yeah? Oh, I love the town I'm in. Well, normally I would have my window closed, but either it gets too hot because they crank the heat, or they just start smoking inside the house, and so I dropped their child off a building in the background. Dude, I don't know. The city I'm in is crazy. Oh. Got it. No! Come on! Oh, man. What? Did I just take clip damage? Like, what happened there? It's such an annoying bad habit to other people, not only you. You find the urge to say the overdone, unfunny Ohio joke. I wish I was living in Ohio. I love how in G rank she gains a move that yeets her partner at you with such force that he explodes. Whoa! Okay, I was reading the chat and I was like, I looked back up and I was like, what's happening? They're like doing a Gurren Lagann attack at me. Alright. I do not know what's happening outside. I'm sorry. You know the Lego art pictures of people studs? Well, I made a custom Monster Hunter one. Oh. Send it my way, my friend. I've not fought Desert Celtis Queen in so long. I don't even remember what she's like. I talk a lot about Barroth, and that's because it's my favorite monster. Anyways, the Lego art I think I made was... Oh, what's happened? Oh my goodness, what is happening? Celtis could do that? What? Celtis can pin you? Okay. I actually really want these drops, because they could be good. Like a shell? Yeah. Oh, crap. There we go. I believe he can only do can only do that when he's with her queen. Okay. It's a neat attack. I like that. Really want to sell this duo in 5th gen. Can't wait to bounce back and forth between them with modern glaive. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I think 6th gen is where a lot of these 4th gen newcomers are gonna come back. I get subquest rewards if I kill the regular Celtis, so I'll try to. Go. Is it eating? Is that what it's doing? That's simple to make one. Basically just pixelated the icon, then bought the parts, then lined it up the best I could at the usual Lego picture frame size. Okay, that's cool. Oh, it's she's weak, so I'm gonna. SED feels so good when it lands. That's why it was necessary to nerf it by 30%. Gee. Funny enough, though, Rise is a similar distribution with the new monsters. A new Temnosarin. I usually just call them the spiders. The spiders. A new amphibian, a new monkey with Ketcha's skeleton. Does he actually have Ketcha's skeleton? Is that even true? Do you always prefer to slay instead of capture for first hunts? No, I just don't have the supplies to be capturing every single monster. I could get the supplies, but nectar. Antidote herb. I was hoping it's like this would be better than that. The stream started over 4 hours ago. Yeah. Doing a long stream. I might get off soon though. Then switch over to like my Discord. I didn't know what else I was gonna do today. I had some work earlier for a client, but I got it done really fast. And so I sent the work over and I'm waiting for the response to get back, and then I didn't even check if I even got what I needed, so that's cool. I got it. Nice. Let's do one more quest then. Let's do one more and then we'll call it. And that way I can join my Discord and relax the rest of the night. Let's do on Corner of the Market. Another Rathalos. I don't need anything else. We're good to go. Still some left. Gotta love that liquid acid. Battery acid. Mountain Dew is so gross. I don't even know why I even got it. I guess when I got like a big case of it when I moved out of my family home and I moved in the place I'm at. And like there was like a couple nights I would just have one per night, but now I'm on like the last like half of it. And I've just been like, oh, I don't want any more. And I keep like looking at my case of Mountain Dew and I'm like, I don't want to open up another one. Just nasty. Okay. Monster streaming sounds really hard because it requires a lot of focus, and you have to split your attention across multiple things. Not really. Just it depends if it's like easy or not. I prefer doing this over making my video essay videos, because at least it feels more like a discussion. And if we are going to talk about the ins and outs of like the philosophies in game design and the art of Monster Hunter, I think it's better if it's actually a discussion rather than a single piece. Obviously, like, I have a lot to say. I think about the series in ways that I think most players just don't. There's a lot of players that just enjoy it for what it is, and they don't really think about it. I spend way too much time thinking about it and not enjoying it. I guess think about it like this, like, I spend about the same amount of time that I do actually playing the game, I'm working on stuff relating to the game. Like, when I was a kid, I would draw and design my own, like, monsters. I was, like, trying to design my own Monster Hunter game ideas. I was building Lego monsters literally ever since I first started the game, when I first played the first game that I played, which was Monster Hunter Tri. But then I went back and I played Freedom Unite. Green Cephadrome? Absolutely. Dude, I love Green Cephadrome. Your environmental videos made me realize how much I love the aesthetic of the maps. It's really impressive how great they look. It is. Especially with like their the tight turnaround rate on these games, the older titles. Like, 2nd Gen was produced so quickly. Wow, though neither of those hit me. Is he already weak? Damn. That was fast. Probably get back to GU just to take screenshots of the maps from different angles. Okay. The caravan experience. I'm okay with them dying quickly. Like, I'm really okay with that. I just wish that they maybe hit harder. Which is why, like, high rank and even online in this game is really great. As I do like how fast they go down. In terms of, like, how much damage you have to deal. But it's having the opportunity to deal that damage Yeah. Probably don't need to be mining. I don't think there's anything, like, crazy that you even get here from mining. It's not like you can get firestones here. I don't know where Rathalos is. Rathalos here? Heaven's Mount has its own unique ore. It's mainly from the golden. Okay. I've been mining a lot, so I probably have a bunch. The few friends that I have that play Monster Hunter only care about high-paced action, which is fine, but it kind of makes me a bit annoyed. They don't really care about the experience or the details. Yeah. It's totally fine how you play and experience the game. Yeah. Everyone experiences it differently. I wish I could speak to the developers, though, and just tell them, like, hey, like, I appreciate what you're trying to do. Like, I get it. Like, I actually get it. I get that there's a side of you guys that want to make a game that's not just a crazy action game. That a side of you actually want to make this, like, beautiful and artistic and an experience, like an actual experience. I feel bad. I don't know if they get told that enough. B team wants kaboom, hype, poggers, awooga, baby. Let's go. Wonder how different the team became with time, though. How many people are on the team since the beginning? Where is Rathalos? Hello? Wait, do they spawn one after the other? Is that... I see other Rathalos in the distance. That's a really neat detail. They have just Rathalos flying around. Like I'm saying, it'd be cool if I could see like a horde of Rathalos and then I have to like choose which one to hunt. That would be cool. Over time, I'm sure some of the team probably got a little bit jaded, but I know that for World, they brought in a new director, and his whole thing was like he wanted to make a Monster Hunter title that looked and felt like that first E3 trailer for Monster Hunter 1. He's like, when I saw that, he had an experience, and he thought he knew what Monster Hunter was, and he was like, the game I envisioned, I tried to make in World. And that's cool. You can see a horde of Rathalos. You can check on the quest info page. The counter for the monster... No, it says it's there. Maybe it's just in Area 2. Can they go to Area 2? Or is he just trolling me? He's absolutely trolling me. Yuya Tokuda definitely knows what Monster Hunter was. He was the one who redesigned the Wraths in Monster Hunter Tri. There's Rathalos. Don't leave, you bastard. There you are.
I think more likely the Rise team... What just happened? Huh? I thought he was gonna just fly off the ledge, but no. Forgot he could do that. Come here. There we go. Nice. I'm not sure if you've already said, what is your favorite endemic monster? Like endemic life? I guess I like the little, like, I think they're called the pteryx? Like, the little, like, bird wyverns that live in the ancient forest that fly from, like, trees to tree. I really like those. They're cute. Yeah, you can tell I've been playing for too long. I'm sloppy now. What am I doing? Second gen rafts look like a completely different animal. They're not even accurate to their concept art. That's like the funniest thing. If you look at the concept art for Rathalos, it looks more like this what you see in third gen. Just slightly. Oh, and like world too, obviously. More supplies. Birds are like micro-raptors. Yeah, they're cute. I like them. I just like birds in general. I think birds are cute. Rise Rathalos carded me once in low rank 2. Dude, you got a bunch of new moves in the air. Just wish Azure Rathalos was in Rise. And Kieran. Yeah, the only thing that's really missing from Rise for me is Pink and Azure and Stygian and Kieran. Those are the monsters I feel are missing. Oh, I guess Brute Tigrex too. Would have been nice to have Brute Tigrex. I guess like Black Diablos, sure. Is this for you? Yeah, this is for you. Yeah, this map only appeared in Monster Hunter 4, so it better be for you, unless I'm playing a ROM hack or some shit. Okay, good night, Wooden Spoon. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. This is the last quest of the night anyway, so. World Azure Rathalos in Rage mode was almost unhittable. Nah, just use a flash bomb, dude. Clickbait? Oh yeah, no. Of course I got clickbait. Nah, you just don't know its pattern. Among Us reference and Monster Stalker.
Thinking I should have a chance to replace normal refs and quests. There aren't like 6 different quests in them. Yeah, well, that's it. Like, it doesn't need to be complicated. Was he limping? At least it wasn't like the World Lunastra fight. The fight was bizarre. No, it was fine. World Lunastra is fine. You just gotta bring in dragon... dragon weapon. With dragon seal, and then it's fine. Holding back from typing out a paragraph. Yeah, you don't have to. It's okay. Yeah, this is the last quest of the night, guys. I want to thank you all for coming out, though. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And I appreciate the super chats that were sent today. It really, really means a lot. Well, I want a Monster Hunter 6 or its expansion would be all the old subspecies that haven't seen the light of day in years. I think it depends on the subspecies. There's a lot that really don't need to return. Have a good night, Jacob in chat. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. The constant, like, beep boop of my controller disconnecting. Oh my god. Like purple Ludroth. Purple Ludroth is fun. I like purple Ludroth. I like Stealer again. I don't think we need Stealer again. I don't think we need Stealer again. Stygian Zinogre is good. Brute Tigrex is good. Those are good. Those are good subspecies. Yeah. As the last message of the night, I would like to say that Bazarios should be removed. I think he's fine. Bazarios is fine. Yes, I'd like to exit now. So thank you again, everyone who came out today. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. I will always appreciate it. It means a lot to me to have people out here and to... you know, watch me. And as always, those that are in my Discord chat, I'm gonna be in the Discord probably later just to chat around. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm really happy. Like, I'm very happy to see you all here, and it means a lot. Have a good night. I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. I don't know what game I'm gonna stream when I do. Could be World, could be For You. Not sure, but have a good night, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Peace out.